I can't look on there. I have to look on here. Umod dev channel. There we go. Development. Hello, where is it? Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling forever. Endless scrolling. Huh, I don't know. I'll have to have a look for that later. All right, welcome to the stream, everybody. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. I know normally right now I'd be, well, about 10 or 15 minutes ago, I would have been releasing a video. And unfortunately this week, I ran into some unforeseen technical difficulties that has prevented that release from happening. So just to let you guys know, I'm not going to wait until next week to launch it. The difficulties have been overcome. And now I will probably launch it probably for tomorrow, which is totally off of my schedule. But it's definitely better than waiting till next week. I don't want to wait till next week to launch this one. I want you guys to see this right away. So as soon as it's ready to go, well, no, I'm not going to launch it as soon as it's ready to go. It is ready to go. But I'll set it to go for tomorrow. That's Saturday for those that are in different time zones. But it'll probably go out at my normal scheduled timing, so 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So other than the Oxide updates and all of the other shenanigans that are going on, how's everybody's wipe going so far? What do you guys think of the new train yard event? Have you guys checked it out yet? I'm literally looking at it right now. I just can't, it's dark on my server. Somebody's throwing a temper tantrum on my server right now saying, okay, bye, I'm leaving the server. Whatever. They're throwing a hissy fit about something. I am going to review servers. I actually thought it'd be fun to bring in some experienced server owners into the stream with me, and then we'd all hop into a server and start critiquing things. Yeah, I agree with you there, Monkey. It's I don't think a lot of heavily modded servers aren't going to use that feature. Unknown, hit me up. Send me a Discord. Send me a message in Discord letting me know which server is yours, and I'll definitely put it on the list of servers that I'll pop into. It's funny. Somebody. Oh, there they go. I was about to say they threatened to leave the server and never come back, and then it's been a couple of minutes and they hadn't left yet, but now they just left. Ah, sleep. There's plenty enough time to sleep when you're dead. No, I'm kidding. I'm like a sleep connoisseur. I'm like a professional sleeper. My head hits the pillow instantly. 30 seconds later, I can be out like a light. And I can easily sleep 10 to 12 hours in one sesh. I don't, but I could. Come critique PvE. Well, if you've been with me for any length of time, you know what I think about PvE. I like going in and shooting people in the face. If you guys can hear what's going on outside my window there, make sure you let me know. I got no problem closing the window, but I'll leave it until somebody complains about the annoying noises. Despawns loot before they go. Let's see. Let's see if they did. Because that's always curious to me. Because that's basically what tells you if they're actually leaving the server, or if they're just throwing a temper tantrum. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, there they are. They definitely dumped out their inventory and went to sleep at the outpost, so they fully intend on dying in about 20 minutes or so. So yeah, I would say they're legit not coming back. And that is all right. If you don't like it, go away. Go find another server. Okay, good. You're not hearing anything? Perfect. That's awesome. The lo-fi beats in the background mask it. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I love to play the game, but despite the scrap grind and usually play solo duo, population 30 to 70, I never get anywhere. I always play on new servers each time and play with no blueprints. That's a good way to roll. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, Kyle, I've got I got kids outside. Not my kids, my neighborhood kids. They're always out there making a bunch of racket. Oh, Monkey's becoming a channel member. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I'm not used to having that feature enabled, and yeah, it's always a pleasant surprise when I get a new member. So thank you. I definitely appreciate that. Yeah, he might have had a base, DJ. I don't know. I don't know where it is. When you log out at the outpost, it's a pretty strong indicator that you're not coming back. How's the music? Other than annoying, is it too loud? Is it too quiet? Is it just right? Yeah, like what the hell are they doing out there? It's annoying me, as long as it's not annoying you guys. Just terrible at finding a consistent server where my blueprints stay and can actually make a wipe day. You know, funny story on that about wipe days. I actually used to take the first Thursday off of each month so that I could be home and I could get into a server right as soon as it went live. And then I realized how silly that was and decided to not take that day off anymore. I can still do my wipes from work and everything like that. I just obviously can't play from there, so. Yeah, Xavier, exactly. There's so many different servers to pick from. I don't know what they were mad about. They were talking in chat. I'd have to go back and look at the log and see. It was something about if something he was asking for C4 or something, and nobody wanted to give it up, so he just threw a hissy fit and left, which obviously I wouldn't have given him any C4 either, so it's on him. Yeah, I set that up about I don't know, maybe a month ago or so, month and a half. I figured why not, and that's the thing is people are always saying to me like, why don't you have this, why don't you have that? And honestly, I don't know. Maybe I'm being modest or something like that, but I don't know. I don't know why. Even in fact, I think it was you and Amino that actually talked me into setting up a Patreon account. I didn't have that either before. I forget who that was that suggested I do that. Yeah, Barrow, exactly. That's a great point. Rage quit because they're not getting their way. Go away. Isn't it cheaper to craft Molotovs and flashbangs now? That's a valid question. Cheap, well, I mean, Cheaper than what? Because they weren't there before. So 25 gunpowder and 50 metal frags for flashbang, and Molotov is 10 cloth and 50 low-grade fuel. Oh, that's actually really cheap. That means that like basically a naked with a rock and a torch would have access to Molotovs. It's kind of cool. Like I keep saying too, I don't know. I guess it's good that they're adding these things in. I guess, kind of, sort of. I just wish they would work more on optimization. And yes, I understand that there's different people working on optimization versus new features. So I don't know. I just think that there's so much work that they could be doing on optimization. Where is my... I had a little shit shack set up and I forget where it is. It's right beside a warehouse. I think that's it there. Yeah, the amount of people that want freebies and like instantaneously, as soon as you start handing out freebies to people, it's like getting the cheat codes to a game. It removes all drive to actually play the game. Oh, here's my shit shack. And nobody rated it. Yay! Oh yeah, way cheaper than C4. Scrap Tea generates more now, I hear. Okay, cool. Oh, have I got a cool plugin for you guys? Oh man, I can't wait to show you. It has to do with the mixing table. I won't give it away just yet because I don't actually know. In fact, I'm gonna look right now. And oh, Nicodemus. Oh, I wish I'd seen this message before I started going live. Oh, I totally would have took you up on that. Actually, I haven't seen Nicodemus in chat yet. Yeah, anyways, I got a video coming up about a new plugin that's I actually don't think it's publicly available just yet, but it will be soon if it's not already. And it has to do with mixing tables. I just realized that my bots may be able to use flashbangs. My players are going to hate me. That's actually really cool. Well, they can use, yeah. They can use bean can grenades, so what's to stop them from being able to use Molotovs and flashbangs? Nemer used jumped 2 gigs last wipe. Interesting. Smarlove, what's up? Welcome to the stream, buddy. I don't have any limitations on my server, so I don't know. Ooh, Jesus, what the hell's going on there? Holy dynamite. I've got a mad scrolling going on my test server right now. Like, madness. Oh yeah, look at that. Memory usage has gone up. It can't possibly just be the new train system that did that. Who knows? New map update. A new update broke the map that I've been working on for the past 4 months. That has got to be heartbreaking. I know how much time goes into map creation. And I can imagine. Map generation was way different this wipe for sure. I honestly didn't pay attention. There was a commit a while back But they said they were going to do generate the maps a little bit differently, a little bit more efficiently. I forget exactly what the details on that were, but it's good that they finally implemented that. What challenges am I doing? Oh, I was just talking about like what's going on with like the challenges since Wipe Day, like the things that people are experiencing. I want to hear like what kind of troubles you might be having or complications. That's what I meant by challenges. I'm not actually like physically doing any challenges, if that's what you're asking. I appreciate... Oh, look at the light switches. I actually really like that. I'm glad they finally did that. The interactive ability of the monuments has been laughable, to say the least. And I'm glad that they're actually finally working on that aspect of things. Honestly, in a perfect world, I would like for the monuments and everything to be fully interactive. Like, I'd love nothing more than to be able to drop C4 on this building and knock out this wall on a warehouse or something like that. You know what I mean? Back in the day, back when I used to play Battlefield, I think it was Bad Company or something like that when they first started implementing damage to the environment. I thought it'd be pretty cool for that to happen in Rust too. Memory increase happened after weapons update. Oh, okay. Gas station light switches are funny. There is more than one, so you can play peekaboo. That's awesome. So for anyone just joining the stream, just to give you an update, normally I would have launched a video about 30 minutes ago, and I just ran into a technical difficulty on the production side of the video. It's fixed, and we've moved past that, so I've decided that I'm going to launch the video for tomorrow, which is totally off my regular schedule. I understand that, but I think it's a good video and I want you guys to see it. So I'm not going to wait until next week to release that. Fusion development. I am having a great day, actually. I had a decent day at work and I was able to leave a little bit early, which gave me time to prepare for this, which is great. And yeah, it's a good day. And I get to spend a little bit of the evening with you fine folks. And I like nothing more than doing just that. You need 4.5 for all the monuments to generate. 4.5k. Oh, map size you're talking about. Yeah. Lost me? I'm not sure what happened. Oh yeah, OBS is freaking out. Yep, look at that. Oh, what a piece of junk. There he is. Nicodemus, welcome. Yeah, I know. Sorry, bud. I just didn't get that message soon enough. Or did you not get a response from me, or did you not get a response from them? I hope it's them and not me. Estonix, what's going on? Welcome. Fusion development. Did I check out my your website? Yes, I did. I wasn't able to spend a whole bunch of time on it, but I got a good grasp on it and was able to, I will reference it later and have a look at things. I'm glad that you got 5 new buyers. That's fantastic. I'm happy to hear that. Little Civ, what's going on? Okay, so Nicodemus, I'm going to blame it on your guest as opposed to me, because I did get the message. It just happened to be only a couple of minutes ago. So sorry about that. So maybe what I'll do then, being that now you have a guest lined up, and obviously I'll read your message more thoroughly, not on live, and see what the topic at hand is, and then maybe we'll try to set something up like midweek or something next week. Yeah, I know. Sorry, this wasn't planned. I wasn't planning on putting out I wasn't planning on doing a live today, but yeah. Potentially a 6th. That's great, man. Oh, that's Peachy Viking. Potentially a 6th. Okay. So it looks like maybe the Peachy Viking is planning on heading over there as well. Is the locomotive at all profitable? I haven't tried it yet. Yeah, I haven't tried it yet either. I was going to do it here in a couple of minutes. I actually don't even know how to do it right now. I think you have to go find... Here, let's just get to it. And... because I think you have to find the locomotive, and it's on the track heading into the train yard, right? Look at that. Okay. The world model, however, is badass. They did a really good job on that. Wow. I like that. And then, so what do you need to do? You have to, I think you have to repair something, or... well, you have to connect these cars up, right? Are you running OBS through Steam or just through the regular one? Okay, so I am just running like the standalone version of OBS. I think you're talking about Stream Elements OBS, which is a much lighter option. The loco is loco. I agree. It's badass. And then they have a work cart. I'm confused about why they would have a work cart in front of it. Because you can drive this, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. The Stream Elements version of OBS is much lighter, but it doesn't give me the control that I need. Because I do a bunch of stuff in the back end, and they're probably getting better. Honestly, I haven't even looked at Streamlabs OBS, sorry, in quite some time. Speaking of trains, cargo train event will be getting an update tomorrow, so the new large locomotives will not turn into an event with misplaced NPCs and loot, so stay tuned. So that's a message from Nicodemus. Oh, Steam put out their own OBS studio. Interesting. Let's have a look. OBS Studio on Steam. Free open source. Nah, this looks like it's just... it looks like they've just added... they've just added OBS to their marketplace. I think it's the exact same. I think it's the exact same program itself. So this is OBS Studio 28.0 beta, and I'm on OBS Studio 27.2.4. Maybe I should update. I should probably update that. Interesting. I will definitely check that out. Maybe it'll run a little bit better. That's the thing with OBS is it's never really been stable, and I guess that's probably the downside to being open sourced, right? Is the stability is, I mean, free is great and everything, but stability is better. Just add fuel, he says. I don't know where to add fuel. I don't see. Where's the fuel any part? Let's stop flying around. Maybe that'll help. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this makes me pretty special because you'd think this would be super simple. And once you're mounted on it, it still doesn't give you a, I don't know. Sorry guys. Joseph, what's up? Maybe easier if you're streaming Steam games, but I'm not sure. That's an interesting aspect. Oh, it was you that said that earlier too. Sorry, I missed that. Welcome, welcome. I'm actually in the same server that you're in right now. I think you're still in here. And no, you're not still in here. You were just. The fuel tank is under it. Okay. Oh, look at that. Damn, son. Okay. Climb. Climb. Thank you. And there we go. We're motoring. And we should be able to connect here. Yeah, that's good. And we should be able to connect this one here. Perfect. Oh, wow, this is glitchy though, hey? And let's roll this into the train yard. And I think you need to put it right underneath of one of the towers. This train is badass. This locomotive, that's badass. You had to go through it the same way I just did? Yep. Let's get a review on my new server I just released today. How's that going so far, Amino? I know you've been pretty excited about it for a little bit. Oh, like we're there. Oops. Stop. Oh, we got a ways to go yet. Oh, there's lights. There's lights. Oh, of course you can't see the lights from inside the cab. Of course not. That'd be too simple, right? So do we want those lights to be green? Probably, right? Okay, we have one green. Need a backup camera and a horn, exactly. Oh my god, get out of my way. Get out of my way. Can you guys see that? So I quite often get this, that red lettering in the top left-hand corner of my screen. And I don't know what causes that. I also don't know how to fix it. And we need a card. Let's get a card. And that is in... Where are cards? Components. Miscellaneous. There we go. Okay. Okay. What does that say? Skip? It's weird. You must have to do something else here. Oh. So, we need a device. Oh my god, why am I not using the search here? I didn't realize that this was a like puzzle style. I thought it was just like a go ham. Definitely makes sense though. And yeah. What lettering? So it's gone now, but sometimes it almost seems like whenever I'm doing something really graphically intense, it puts red lettering in the top left-hand corner of my screen, like a I don't know what you would call it, but I wonder if is this a I'm not going to do this right now. Reinstall Rust. Will you have some assets corrupted? Oh, as in uninstall it from Steam and install it again. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if that'll fix my water flickering too, because that's super annoying. You might want to keep the fuel in there for the thing to work. Oh. So you're saying this device here requires fuel to do its thing. I know exactly nothing. I didn't even I didn't watch anything coming up to this release. I knew it was coming. But I didn't know what the functionality of it was going to be. So we still have a fuse in it. Holy man, it burns through fuses. Look at it go. And stop doing that. That hurts. Don't have the 3 lights on green yet, so you may have to back up further. Okay, so we're lining up for the green lights. Okay, so it kind of indicates, so let's go forward on it. Let's watch these yellow lights. Yellow turn to green. So do we ever get 3 green lights? Oh, the machine slowed right there. So it does kind of tell you. So here, watch. I'm not touching anything on the throttle here. It looks like it slows. Yeah, see, it slowed right there. So it did tell me when the light went green. Take this wagon to a train yard to unload it. Okay, well, we've done that. I don't know if the fuel is required. It seems like there should be a switch that you need to turn on. Shunt to previous, shunt to next, unload. That looks promising. There we go. There we go. Now we got it. So it's 1 green light and 2 orange lights, and the train does slow down as you're heading into it. So it lets you know from the cabin. You don't have to be out on it like I just was. Yep, press the lower button on the right side of the fuse. Absolutely. So that's only 400. And there was more than 400 in there, right? 1780. So what, do I have to keep hitting it? That'd be dumb. Or did my fuse burn out? I'll bet you my fuse burned out. Sure shooting. There we go. Now we're getting more. Yeti. So if I'm understanding this correctly, this is an event. So you might get, like once it resets, then you can get different materials in your train car, or what? How do you guys think that works? All right. So now we're empty. 2180. Let's gank the fuel out of here too. I'll let that fuse burn out because I don't really care about that. Well, let's go for a cruise in this sick ass train car. Locomotive. All right. But you don't need to move the train to the next car. Press next and it should do it. Oh, like there's more. Like what if I only had one, like one cargo car? Or are you saying that I should be able to get stuff out of the locomotive as well as the other one that's behind it? Oh my god, this corner is bad. Oh. It'd be hilarious if you could dump the locomotive over. I'd be all about that. So what are you guys knowing so far? So we've had a ton of UMod updates. I think we've had several actual Rust game updates as well. I could be wrong on that one. I'm not sure. Oh, like the locomotive goes... Oh, see here I was thinking that it was just this one locomotive just outside of the train yard that would have stuff on it. So you're saying... I think what you're saying is if I went and picked up another car... Let's just settle that down for a second. So like there's another car over here with stuff in it. So you're saying I can take this back. Look at that. Look at that loot. Wow. Wow. Okay, now I understand the train event. I'm glad I did this with you guys because I thought it was just the one train car right at the train yard. Okay, this makes so much more sense now. So let's see if we can go. Let's see if we can go pick up these other two freight cars. They're planning on connecting a lot of the monuments to the system that has tracks in the future. I've always wondered, like we've had a train yard since Christ was a cowboy, and we've never had a train able to go through it. This is badass. I'm like really, really kind of impressed right now with Face Punch, which is not always the case. So kind of a pleasant surprise. Rail yard is just the beginning. Yeah, I'm hoping. And see, so it's stuff like that I'm okay with. Like I think that's the actual progression of the game, which is going to make it so that more and more players get involved with it, which at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. I mean, let's make that money, honey. And instead they're in my opinion wasting their time on things like flashbangs and Molotov. No, the Molotov cocktail is pretty cool. But anyways, imagine how a solo would feel getting all of that and then door camped. Oh yeah, that would that's not fun. Just told a buddy of mine, the real Mike Jones, aka who is Mike Jones, that he's got competition. Is your nickname just a coincidence or are you his fan? Train's letting me know that I'm about to crash. So we can grab that one. Let's grab the other one. This is cool. I'm glad we did this. So there was only 2 freight cars there. So we'll just roll with that. See, this is the natural progression of... Oh, shit. Oh, you can't get out. Okay, good. That... Oh. The natural progression of the rail system. So, I'm happy with this. Like, really, actually quite happy with this. Soon there will be train heist. Well, I think there is already a train heist. Hop on and test if I broke anything. Put my skills to the test. Broke anything with what? If you're talking about the video, I'm definitely going to do that later. But not right this second. So, which direction do we gotta go? We need to go this way. Did that work? Yes, it did. So we're going to roll into the train yard at full tilt and make sure that it does actually slow down at the point like I think it's going to. So it should automatically slow me down as I'm heading into that elevator. And it most certainly did not. So let's try it at a different speed then. So this is low speed heading in there. Does it slow me right down? I could see you wanting to have the... I don't think it did. But if you have the freight cars at the front, yeah, see, so if you have the freight cars at the front, you'd be able to see those lights. That makes more sense. So clearly I'm lined up here. This is kind of ballin', I'm not going to lie. I'm actually super impressed. So let's leave this with no fuel in there. Let's see if Joseph is right. And that you have to have fuel in the hopper there. So that's a negative, Jack. So I'm assuming what that means then is sometimes the train car is going to fill this up with fuel instead of dry materials like this is here. So let's try the other thing too. We want to try and switch to the next car. Let's see if the control panel allows us to do that, because there's two other buttons there, but I don't know what they do. Alright, so we gotta wait till this is actually done. Except I think there was like something like 5,000. Oh yeah, there we go. So shunt to previous or shunt to next. I have no idea what that means. Oh, look at that. It does. It moves the car. That's so badass. Unload that one. Oh, I'm like excited about this. This is cool. Way cooler than I thought it was going to be. Oh, on your server. Gotcha, Amino. You know what? Let's do it. Train derailment event guarded by the heavies. That would be super fun. The armored train plugin is excellent. Imagine this, but with Bradley turrets, a Guardian attack heli, and guards. That's badass. Took me less than 24 hours to set everything up, so I'd like to see from a player's standpoint if anything is broken, see if I have the skills to make a good server in less than 24 hours. Wait. You're telling me... Oh man, we're gonna have words later. There are fuel cars, look for a tanker. That is such a valid point. Thanks for pointing that out, because you're absolutely 100% correct. So we definitely burn through fuses quickly. Oh no, it's still there. Why did it stop unloading? There's no way that train car is done. Except that it is. So in the grand scheme of things, I wouldn't necessarily think that this is much faster, but it's definitely more fun. than just going around mining things. Uh-oh, Mike Jones says it's been his name for 38 years. So I'm assuming you were born with that name. There you go, Amino. Flash G wants to join your server. I don't even know the name of your new project, so it's not even like I could search it out and find it. I'm sure you can send me a DM letting me know the name. Yeah, it is dope. I'm not gonna lie, this is actually pretty sick. I like it. I like it a lot. This locomotive, though, is probably my favorite part. NGL. Define good server. So Amino and Monkey both built Rustmania, so they definitely know what it takes to build a good server. I'm actually quite envious. They came to my YouTube channel and my Discord about 3 years ago and took what I was teaching and took it to a success level that I never could have imagined for myself. solarrust.com. Okay. Riding around the train is pretty... Yeah, I do this actually quite often. I just put it in low gear and I just ride the train around the map. It's some... I don't know if it's soothing. I don't know what it is, but I like doing it. Imagine how fast a Zerg can progress and just take over train yard. Yeah, exactly. I remember back in the day, I played on a server. It was actually an official server, and I forget which one it is. I think it was Can 1. Anyways, we played on a server, me and my old crew, and there was a Zerg on there, and they actually walled off the dome. And this is going back to like 2013, 2014, somewhere in there. And then that was 100% vanilla server, and they walled off the dome. I didn't know any better at the time. This was just shortly after I started playing Rust. And I didn't know at the time how difficult that was, but the rest of my team definitely knew how difficult it was. But yeah, looking back on it now, like, that would have been quite a feat. Dripping with sarcasm by the sounds of things. %, full vanilla official server, so it was a face punch official server. You can literally build so close to the tracks you can make a line of turrets and just take out the trains as they come through, especially if you have turrets on both sides. That is a very, very valid point. What I would like to be able to do is build over the trains, like not on the tracks itself, like have like foundation on one side, foundation on the other side, build up and then build over it. I think that'd be cool. I don't think you can. I've never tried it. I guess I don't know that. Players love walling off monuments. It's some weird instinct. I've never seen anybody... I've seen people try to wall off the power plant, or not power plant, water treatment, and they never did finish it. But I like now with the roads and stuff like that, you wouldn't even be able to. All right, I'm gonna go check out Amino's server. So let's shut this business down. Grab my fuel out of this. So Joseph, there you go. If you want to start cashing in on the server before everyone else learns how to do that, that's how you do that. Oh, look at that. I just seen Joseph log in on Steam. He's gonna go play with the trains now, I bet. Now, where's my little rock house? Is this it? No. I have a rock house here somewhere. Looks like this one. That doesn't seem right. Whatever. This is the rock house I'm taking over for now. So, oops, no tags, no tags. So, just to warn you guys, when I switch servers or load Rust, it like freaks my OBS out. I think Rust is having a moment, managed to break it. Not sure what you mean there. But just so that you know, before I go ahead and do this, if something happens and I fail miserably, I'll just restart. So as you can see there, I'm going all twitchy there. Yeah, that's what happens when I switch servers. Yeah, it's because I was what did they used to call it? Oh, chucking clouds. Yeah, I was chucking clouds. I don't. It sounds stupid just saying that. On my server that has random bases in it, when they first launched the train system, the random bases wasn't optimized yet to avoid placing bases on railroad tracks. It is now. But anyways, I used to be able to clip. You hop on the train, put it at full tilt, and go stand out on the front of the engine. And you could no clip into these raidable bases that would spawn on top of the railroad tracks. It was hilarious. You usually died, but you could do it. But he fixed that. Alright, so let's see what's going on in chat in this toxic server. We got no auto kits. We have kits available. Cool. I like this. Oh, damn. I love this info panel. Okay, so just so that you guys know, this is something that Shady's working on. I don't know if this is going to be publicly available or not. I actually really hope that it is. But so the info panel that you're used to seeing, you could do /info and it just brings up the info panel like normal. But you can also bring up if we do /kit, it takes you to that same info panel, but it goes directly into kits. And if he does have a shop in here, so we can do the same thing. So /s, yeah, /s brings you into the shop directly into the same panel. This is a sick piece of work. If it's not publicly available yet, and it is going to be, I'm excited to show you guys the ins and the outs of that one because it's gonna be a gooder. Yes, I'm heading directly for this this supply drop. I imagine I'm gonna run into somebody, but I literally don't have anything on me. I just spawned into the server. And Amino is using a Steam group. We should talk about that. I want to know the benefits of running a Steam group and why I should do it if I wanted to. Look at the stats. I have not set up the update yet. What is that? Oh, stats. Damn, man. I wish it fit in there better and we could scroll. I understand why it's like this. I assume that's what you mean by no update yet. But that's badass. I like that. Yeah, so like we can scroll through. No commands available yet. I'm sure that's incoming. And here's some rules. I love this info panel. The one thing that, and this isn't this info panel specifically that has this issue. I wish we had a guaranteed way to make it so that keyboard inputs would no longer function whenever you're inside of a GUI. I know there's a lot of people in the community that disagree with that, but I think that should be a thing. Haven't set the update yet. Update, like how often the stats update? Is that what you mean? I assume that's what you mean. Well, it's definitely running well. I'll give you that. I have OBS going and no hitches. Plus I'm streaming, no hitches. So it's running quite well. Let's see what my ping is. My ping is 107, so you're obviously located in the US somewhere. This guy's been raided, or at least has ladders on the side of his base already. Oh wait, today's Friday. Here, I was thinking today was Thursday. Info panel is going down for a second for an update, he says in chat. Oh, look at this. We've got Lil Civ in here. We've got Villain Von Bad Guy. Look, I got your name right. First try. I had to say it slower, but whatever. I got it. Had a pre-release running. Okay, fair enough. I lost that supply drop. I have no idea where it went. I am doing fantastic. How do you say that name? I'm going to say Tantos. I don't know how you would put an N at the beginning of Tantos. Tantos? I'm doing very well though. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh. Villain Von Bad Guy is chatting with me in game chat. I guess that works too. You guys can still see that, so that's good. Hello. Shalom. I'm not taking your junk, man. I won't take it. I promise. I promise. I promise. Oh, look at all the goods. Look at all the goodies. I have a funny feeling that that's... is that somebody? Is that Amino? Oops. Animals not supposed to move. I hate animals not moving. Whoever that was, that didn't give me any arrows. Yeah, I know they're hard on performance, but still. Animals not moving. You might as well just turn your population right down to nothing so that they're not even there. It's half the fun. I love chasing bears and polar bears. It's more like Dados. Okay, so we've got a language difficulty there. That's cool. Dados. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna struggle remembering that. I'm gonna try though. I hate it when people get my name wrong, so I do my best to remember people's names. When I first met Nicodemus, I actually sent him a message saying, "How do I say your name? Is it Nicodemus or is it Nike Demos?" That was hard to spell out phonetically so that he understood what I was saying, but we definitely got there, so that's good. Yeah, so far so good, man. Gather's good. I should go check out loot. Let's see what you did with loot. Do we have oops, gotta spell it right. Do we have teleport? Yes, we do. What is that? Oh, your pencil. Nice. Amino, why do you not have either better chat or at least no green? I hate animals in this game. I like the animals now that they've changed their world models, but I still like the AI in this game is straight up it's broken. That's where they should be spending their time optimizing. Like, why aren't they, like, what's a game that I can think of where animals and other AI function properly? Like every other game. I think the best solution is animals only moving and updating when there's players nearby. That's a valid point, actually. Dados. Dados. Gotta remember Dados. Tried an iced host trial. Very nice. Might buy a server. Perfect. Happy to hear that. I do have a promo code for that. Saves you a little bit of money for a couple of months. So don't forget to use that promo code if you do decide. I need to reach out to them. I don't know for sure, and I need to find out if my promo code works on Discord bots or not. And if it doesn't, I should see if they will make it so that it does. I could sell you guys some Discord bots because newsflash, I've got some a new bot video coming out very, very soon that I know you guys are gonna like, and you're gonna need to purchase a bot or at least learn how to host one at home. I guess I can just chop down a tree and make my own damn arrows, hey? So, oh, I think I did. Oh, I did already cut down some wood. Derp, derp, derp. Oh, instant craft, amino, fail. Fail. That's it, I'm done with this server. I'm leaving and never coming back. I'm gonna despawn all my loot and never come back. You should also add loot bouncer too, so that stuff like that stops happening. I hate it when people leave one item left in a box just to prevent it from respawning. It's so annoying. Get Smoothed says, music's good. I would join you on the game, but I'm at work until 3 more hours, but I'm watching you on stream though. Well, it sounds like you have a job an awful lot like mine. Free to do whatever you want while you're on the clock, which is absolutely fantastic, and I love it. Oh, instant gather from loot. Oh, that is... I've never tried this before. It kind of goes against my whole thing about the realism of Rust. But now that I've just tried it for the very first time, it's actually kind of badass. Amino, you're ruining me. We have, we don't have backpack. Okay. Alright, let's get rid of some of this stuff here. so we've got a pew pew there. What about blueprints? Do we have blueprints? Yes, we have all blueprints. Very good. Yeah, there is a plugin for that. I've never tried it. I've known about the plugin. I've just never tried it. Well, Smoofed, I appreciate you watching my stream while you're hard at work. If you do something fun, tell us about it. What do you do for, what's your job? What is allowing you to work, getting paid, and watching a live stream? Oops, I want to keep that. Whatever. I'm going to be buying an IceHost dedicated server soon with the Ryzen 3600 with 32 GBs of RAM. I was wondering, do you know how many people I could have on a server with these specs? You could comfortably have well over 100 players on that server, no problem. 150 probably. I mean, of course it's going to come down to like how many plugins you're running, how big your map is, how many entities you have. All of these things will play a role on your server's performance, but I mean that's pretty not bad. Good place to start. Yeah, Flash G. I know there's a plugin. Yeah, I've never tried it before. Now, if you could hit a box or a crate and the loot went straight into your base, yeah, that's a little OP. Yep. I have something like that on my server. I have what's it called? I think it's I forget what it's called. It's, Magic Sort or something like that. It's not a publicly available one. And you actually know this. You know this plugin because you were on the server where I got it from, and where you can set up a mailbox, and then all you have to do is shoot at the mailbox, and it automatically sorts everything into your base. But I have that on Ominous 2X. Not quite what you were saying, but it's pretty close. Oh, and I need to get in the habit. If you guys haven't already done so, make sure you hit like on this video. It lets YouTube know. I mean, you guys know what it lets YouTube know. It lets them know that you're enjoying the stream, and it helps promote my channel. Blah blah blah. Yada yada yada. It's one of those necessary evils. So do me a favor. Go down below. Hit that like button for me. Saw a video about the weather commands and couldn't figure them out. The weather commands are badass. Actually, instead of utilizing the weather commands like I talked about in that video, what I would suggest you do is get a plugin that messes with the weather. Like there's one called the Storm, I think it's called, and it's badass. I love the Storm. Changes everything to darkness. It rains, it's thunder. It's I love it. And there's also a flood, and I can't remember if the flood aspect is part of the Storm or not, or if that was a separate plugin. I don't remember. Actually, I can look right now. Can I look right now? Yes. That was my first YouTube short. I know we talked about it last week, and the
The hunt is on! Follow the clues on our socials, buy participating packs of free a golden bird and be in to win $10,000! There are 5 golden birds to be won, plus $250,000 in other cash prizes. Will you free the golden bird?
When most fans think about gaming, they think of one name.
Cream cheese.
It's all fun and games
I've played in huge arenas, gotten a ton of girls, you know, like Gucci.
until a Gen Z takes your job.
Fans are ready for the era of organisms.
Do you not click so loud?
Organism, step out front, please. Yeah.
Into the middle, I like to keep my cool. Live life without regrets. Ow! I hit a stud.
Players, full season streaming now on TVNZ Plus.
That's awkward. I was muted at the very beginning there. How's everybody doing tonight? Battle Rust Gaming dropping in with the super chats right out of the gate. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. $4.99. $4.99 US dollars, which is actually like $75 Canadian. It's not that bad, but sometimes it feels like it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yep. You sure made it for the start of the stream. I decided to put it off by an hour. Normally, I would try and do this around 5 o'clock my time, and I decided I would bump it back a little bit later. Give a little bit of time for my special guest to do all of his duties at home, so he's got plenty of time to spend with us tonight. Jamie Scott, I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing? Peachy Viking, welcome. I've got a I'm kind of doing this all on the fly. Again, you guys know that I'm learning a bunch of new things so that I can be improving on the stream quality a little bit. And so like you should see what I'm looking at right now. I've literally got 3 screens all doing something different. It's absolutely insane. And I can see that right there is already an issue. So let me fix that. And the Peachy Viking has joined my YouTube members club. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh no, we got another. David dropping in the 10 bones. Thank you, sir. Let me fix up this. I've got like this mess thing going on here right now. Oh yeah, see, look, all my sizing is all messed up. It sucks because I have to, because I'm using the free version of StreamYard right now, which actually it's interesting. It's not showing the watermark, which I guess I'm pretty cool with that. I can only stream in 720p right now. So until I get off my purse and actually pay for the service, we are stuck with 720p for a little while. Atomic Texan, welcome. Yeah, it's much more fun if you can watch it live, especially now that I have the chat on the screen there. I was missing that from my last live stream, and I really regretted it, especially when I went to go try and watch it back later. Moinky's dropping in with the 20 bones. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, the 720 looks okay. Honestly, most people don't watch YouTube any higher than that anyways, so it changes because like when everything I record is all done in 1080, so I gotta change everything all over. Monkeys with the super chat. Thanks, man. Coughs in a bid. Yeah, it's on now. That's right. Okay, here we go. Anyways, welcome to the stream. Tonight I wanted to do something a little bit different for you guys. I wanted to actually bring in a specific guest to talk about a specific topic. And when he mentioned this topic to me, it was something that I hadn't even really considered, but it is something definitely very important, especially to brand new server owners. Oh no. Do we have some kind of a super chat war going on? I'm not going to lie. I love it. David dropping in the 20 bones. Thank you very much, sir. And based on David's comment there, I would say that he's trying to start a battle. Eric Howard, how you doing? Eric wants you to send him some money. Anyways, so as I was saying, I wanted to bring in a guest that wants to talk about a specific topic, and it's something that everyone is concerned about. And I'm not going to give it away. I'm going to let him basically introduce his topic. Anyway, the guest is Moinky. And many of you from the community already know who that is. He was definitely an integral part in the. Actually, I'll let him introduce himself and kind of his experience and stuff like that. Battle Rust Gaming dropping in the $49.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Man, you guys are insane. Thought there was supposed to be like some kind of a recession going on. People didn't have any money. Crazy. Thank you so much. Anyway, so I'm not going to delay this any further. Let's bring in Moinky and let's see what he's got to say about the situation. Moinky, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream.
Good day. How's she going?
Doing fantastic. My day can't possibly get any better. I don't love my day job, and then I get to come home.
Who does?
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah,
we do it because we got to pay the bills, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah, exactly. So, like you probably heard in my intro, you've got a specific topic that I know is going to interest a lot of people. So, let's start out with let's introduce yourself for those that might not know who you are.
Well, I'm Moinky, otherwise known as Chris, whichever way we want to go about it. I've been playing Rust now for not as long as a lot of others. I started playing probably about 4.5 years ago. And like most of everyone who usually comes here, I started getting to server administration probably about 2.5 years ago. I came from like mostly modded servers, like Battlefields and 10Xs. That was kind of my background for a while. And probably, I guess you and I started talking about 2 years ago.
I would say,
yeah. I had a Battlefield server that was getting pretty decent, and merged communities with another known guy from here, Amino, and that guy. So I've been helping him manage Rustmania for the last 1.5 years, and on the side, through SRTBULL's Discord, I help other guys starting their servers with both building servers as well as just community management and assistance.
Cool. How's that going? Are you still involved with Rustmania?
Yep.
Okay.
Have never left. We've got big plans, and that's part of the reason why this topic is coming up today.
Okay, good.
So the topic is making your server successful and what the hell is going on in Rust. Both in the player count changes, the population shift, and the interest in Rust has completely changed. Like, when we go back to the boom of Rust, I think of like COVID time. Like if you were just to look at the actual Rust Steam populations at specific times, when like the actual lockdown started, everything just exploded. Servers everywhere found. We actually saw like I think it was 16,000 servers were listed at one point.
Yeah, and
it was just a mad scramble for everyone trying to capitalize on getting as many players as possible.
Yeah.
There's goods and there's bads about that. The good side was that some people found success and maintained it and kept it. And the bad was that a lot of people got in over their heads very fast. And it was a boom, bust. So Rustmania was one of the servers that was just a little bit around the early stages of COVID. Amino actually started a different server previously. He had a 5X that was successful for a while. Mm-hmm. He had his first learning gap, we'll call it, where he hit success kind of unexpectedly. And it left almost as quickly as it came. Right. So he took everything that he learned and then started the 10X servers. And simultaneously, I was a player on a Battlefield server that I slowly became an admin. And then the owner was just going to abandon the server, and I didn't want that. So I took it over, and we started to revamp it. And I met Amino through other, mutual associates, and we were going to develop a whole new concept server. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. That's a while ago now, and since then we've just kind of managed.
History, though.
Yep. But so I guess I want to kind of snowball with you. What have you noticed, if you have been playing much lately, and to the chat as well? Everyone always asks, how can I get more population? How can I sustain population? What plugins should I use? and even you see it in the Discord. Does anybody have configurations they can share? Can you share me a loot table or this or that?
Yeah, exactly. Rob Dempley, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, thank you for what you do. Shout out to the folks at PvE Gaming. Yeah, anytime. You can do shout outs in my chat anytime you'd like.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. All right.
So peak COVID time happens. Everything goes into lockdown. Players, boom. Not long after, we'll say like when the world started to open up again, we saw it start to equalize. A number of servers kind of capitalized and sustained their growth. Some of them just disappeared.
Yeah.
Out of respect of knowing some of them, I'm not going to name some of the servers, but at the same time, like there's a lot of guys who put a lot of time, a lot of effort that were large communities that just collapsed.
Yeah.
And we saw a player migration that started happening quite quickly and suddenly. Some people will start to then panic because it's difficult to spend the time, effort. A lot of people put a lot of money, like I don't mean like just like money, but investment, time, effort. It's worth something.
Absolutely.
And to see it just kind of disappear on you, it's not fun. So
especially if you came in right in the midst of that and maybe didn't understand that was why that was happening. So you're going into this brand new thinking, oh wow, this is easy to be successful, and then all of a sudden, for what would seem like no reason, it goes away.
Yep.
That's terrifying to a lot of people.
Yep. And there's a lot of factors. Like part of it was COVID locked people down. Rust became huge. There was obviously the Twitch drops and everything else going on. There was big streamers kind of getting into it. But over time, like fatigue starts to sit in. Rust is, I mean, how PG should I keep this?
Not at all.
All right, so like Rust, I always define to people who ask me what the game's like, and I have like 3,600 hours of just playing. And I tell people the game is getting kicked in the dick repeatedly and then going back for more.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good way of describing it.
It's fun, it's chaos, it's difficult, it's toxic, and you don't have to necessarily be a toxic player, but no matter what, the game is just difficult to maintain that interest because it's high risk, high reward, but at the same time, like the losses really hurt. So a lot of players get discouraged when they start to for the sake of saying level up, as their skill gap gets bigger and bigger, the losses become greater and greater.
Right.
The value of what you lose becomes higher. So you got player fatigue that becomes an issue. Let's be honest here, Face Punch, a lot of their updates phase people out. So
that's true.
Whether you want to admit it or not, like we saw the rise in the beginning of the pandemic when there was the big player boom. Because of the RTG servers and some of those RP servers, they decided to put in that softcore mode. Anybody remember that?
Yeah.
That went well.
That went well. That went over like a lead balloon is what it did.
Yeah, it lasted nothing. And, a lot of us OGs will call it. We knew it was just going to be a flash in the pan, but Facebook, leave it to them. They had to capitalize on something.
Well, I mean, let's fill in the blanks here because there's a reason why that happened. There's a reason why the jump at Dome was fixed. These were, we'll call them career streamers coming in to play the game, and Face Punch wanted to capitalize on that exposure, and they wanted to make it as easy as they possibly could. Unfortunately, for the diehard Rust guy, we didn't want that.
Well, and that's just it. Like Face Punch's goal is always to try to make the game as approachable as possible to the greatest body of people. Just like you as a server owner and as an admin want to create a server that can encompass as many people as possible of the same palatable interest. If you're not building a vanilla server, you are a niche. And every plugin you add further actually narrows that window of niche players. There are popular plugins, and then there are far side plugins. Disguising them, massaging them, building them in such a way to make a unique experience is what's going to get you players. At the same time, the bigger the scope of customization, the more narrow you start to put it in. So that's what makes it pretty difficult.
Agreed.
With the updates phasing out some of the players, new generation players' mindsets change. So where the game used to just be, okay, let's spend the first 3 days of wipe building, mining, resource farming, building a base, and grinding it. And then you have a couple of days of end game style so that people would go out and raid. The game becomes exploited further and further as the skill gap increases. So people learn, okay, we can mine more efficiently, we can PvP more efficiently because we're better skilled,
Sure.
and we can do this, that. The game keeps becoming more and more broken over time.
Right.
So Face Punch then tries to equalize things. Like if you saw today, I actually watched Shadowfrax's latest video, and currently on Staging Branch, there's a new furnace splitter. So
I heard that.
Yeah, and it's terrible. Yeah.
Oh,
So
I haven't seen it yet.
So the way they're doing it, and again, it's subject to change as always, but the way they're doing it is that now you can only put in 1 stack of ore, or you could put in 3 or 4 stacks of ore depending on the size of the furnace.
Okay.
But it only yields you the same amount. It only burns 1 stack at a time. So you can no longer combine stack. You can no longer smelt with speed. And like, again, the concept is to slow the progression, because the Chads and the people with experience are steamrolling servers and newbies because they know all the tricks. But yeah, Jamie saw it too, apparently. And yeah, it is brutal. And I mean, again, they're doing these things because they're trying to equalize the playing field so that a new player can come in and will have the same, you can't say the same skill, but you'll have the same limitations as the pros, theoretically.
Right.
So new generation players start to come in with different mindsets. They're always trying to exploit. Most server owners are starting to see this very quickly, that people figure out fast how to exploit your plugin. If you're going to have a server reward system, okay, let's just say, for example, harvesting. Harvesting gives you RP, and you have RP for shop, and you can use it for rewards for resources. Well, you'll have players who specifically just farm, only to be able to have giant cornfields, which causes you server performance lags, etc., but they're just doing it to farm RP, so they don't have to do the other side of things.
Right.
So you'll always have players trying to exploit the system. Face Punch tries to equalize that, and then the mindset keeps on changing. Fatigue increases, players start to leave. The June update is one of the clearest examples that we saw in a long time. So June update peaked at 165,000 players. It's the first time since like pandemic first came in. July peak was 99,000. So you lost 65,000 players in a month. You had the same sustained average, but like the peak players disappeared. People tried it out. People were disappointed by it. Some people enjoyed it. But you can see, if you scroll down some, you've got your last 30 days peak was 137. And, well, at the time of taking down the notes, the peak was 99. You have 165, 133, 141. But, yeah, you wind up with these variances that come in. And a lot of the players that I'm seeing these days are a lot newer. We're seeing more and more players with 3, 4, 5, 600 hours, and a lot less of the guys who had 3, 4, 5,000 hours.
Right.
Because those guys spent thousands of hours grinding their way to get to the best of what they were.
Absolutely.
Kind of going. So, all these numbers and all these things bring you back to the same question that gets asked all the time. How do you make a successful server? How can you maintain a successful server? And how can you get more players to enjoy your server?
Right.
And I mean,
that is always the $65 million question.
Yeah.
That everyone asks.
Exactly. I mean, you can go about this for hours and hours and hours, but if we're going to try to keep it as condensed as possible and then leave the door open for communication and discussion,
sure,
I'd say there are 3 major things you got to consider, and I mean all server.
So everyone, get your notepads out and write this down.
Important bits, okay? Be prepared for change and accept that what's been successful for you in the past or right now is not going to be successful in the future. Player retention is more important than player count. You can have 150 players on your server. You can have 20 players on your server. How long do they play onto your server? Not on a daily basis, but over time. A lot of people recycle servers very quickly. They'll hop onto your server, they'll play for a day or two, and you're like, oh, sweet, you get this temporary growth, and then they disappear. They might never come back. Okay. A lot of people are going to treat modded servers as in between their main. So let's just say, for example, they main on Restoria or Restopia or whatever the case is. Whatever server they're maining is where they're going to stay until they get wiped and they're frustrated, and then they're going to come to your server. Hopefully
finish out the wipe on your server.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then at that point, they'll go to an aim train or an event style server.
Right.
The one thing you're starting to see more and more and more on modded servers are events. And there's no easy way to put it to you guys. Events aren't cheap. They're not easy to configure. They're not easy to set up. And it's very easy for them to get boring. So the question being is, what's the flavor of the week? And so updating your server to stay relevant becomes a careful balance of how do you keep your identity versus how do you just follow the mainstream. Again, not naming servers, we see it. If you're in the know and you know some of the people, you'll see that there's people recycling servers. They'll see their player populations go down. They will rebrand it, rename it a new organization, add a new feature, bring it back in, and all those players migrate over.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, it
That's
happens
interesting.
a lot.
I didn't know that actually happened.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Some large servers that people know and used to play, they go look for them. They're gone. No, they're not gone. They're rebranded.
Right.
They've kept all the same everything else and just rebranded to something else. But
Isn't
they've
that
added
interesting?
a new feature
Right.
because realistically, let's just say your SRTBULL Rust, okay? And you had a peak for a couple of years and things start to go on the downhill. The reality is that you only have so much saturation. For people who are writing this down, like, I come from a business background, so I'm sorry if I'm speaking in business terms, but this is a business.
Yes.
Whether you're making money or not, it's a business. The game is a business. So saturation is the concept of you have a circle of players that can join your server. You start off as a pinprick. It's just you built your server. Over time, you start to get more and more players onto your server. Once you have your players saturated onto the server, though, you can't expand too much further. As that ball comes back down, you now need to either re-innovate to engage players, or what happens is people will start to switch and rebrand. You can consider that, but the biggest thing to consider is staying relevant with what is changing and trying to keep things fresh while keeping your identity.
It's interesting that you say while keeping your identity, and yet there's some big players out there that are completely dropping their identity for a period of time. It's interesting.
Yeah, but when they come back with some of the same features. So let's just say backpacks is the thing. It's what you identify as something different about your server. You've got backpacks. If you're going to try to change up your server and add events or add new features, how do you make the changes without changing what made your server interesting to begin with?
Right.
Like Amino's big brain move way back in the day was minis, my minis. There was not a lot of servers doing it when that came out, and he had special cooldown set up and extra seating set up, as well as a few custom plugins that he had set up to make the minis better. No one was doing that. It was more of a novelty back then because shortly after the bandit camp, the ability to buy them was happening.
Right.
So the idea to be able to spawn them and no longer have to go to bandit camp was huge.
Yeah.
And that made it popular. But every time they start switching up and adding new features, you still hold on to the core that made your server what it was.
Right. Interesting.
So Rob says his identity is PvE, which means you have to have events. And he's not wrong, but the difficulty with PvE is, again, when there's so many events, you have to consider what a vanilla player would feel like when they jump onto the server. How can you make it feel like a natural experience without it feeling like, okay, I need to open up a list of commands, I need to learn all these new features, and I'm only here to check this out. And if I can't figure it out, well, I'm just going to move on to the next one.
Exactly. Yeah.
So streamlining made it to feel like it's part of a Rust experience, even though it's not.
Right. Rob, no, it's not that I don't like PvE. It's just I've never built a PvE server, and I think that it, while it works great for some server owners, I just feel that it has gone so far away from the foundation of what Rust actually is, which is PvP. So I'm not dogging on PvE. If that's the impression that I'm giving, I apologize. That's definitely not what I meant to do, but it's just not something that I'm familiar with. And when people are asking me questions about PvE specific plugins, I'm really no good at it, to be honest with you.
So, Rob, I would say PvE servers have a unique ability of having the most committed players. So if you have a good PvE server, there's players that'll main that for 6
Forever.
hours a day forever. Like as
Yeah.
long as you keep it open, they're going to be there.
Yeah.
And in that way, that's what makes them kind of unique. The difficulty is attracting new players because as your current players get bored, you're adding more and more features. So the layer of not necessarily skill gap, but the amount that they have to learn in terms of access to commands and stuff like that gets so complicated that sure, the guy who's been there for 6 months thinks it's easy, but the guy who just showed up and has never tried it before, he's way
Lost.
behind than everyone else.
Yeah, he has no idea what's going on.
But yeah, Amino and I attempted, not for us. There was a couple of people that had asked us to help them develop it, and we just had to say like this doesn't go with our core understanding of Rust, and because of that, like we're not confident enough to say, yeah, we'll build you this and save you're on your way.
And that's exactly why I struggle with that. Like that summarizes my issue with it 100%. Is I'm just not comfortable with it.
So David, I didn't mean by they were all the same tick rate. What I was trying to explain is when you use a splitter and you have 5 stacks right now, all 5 are burning. And according to at least how I heard it from him and when I saw in the video, Shadowfrax was saying that only one of them is burning at a time. So you can put your 4 stacks into a large furnace, but only 1 stack burns, then the next one, then the next one. So
see, that doesn't even make any sense because like before this update, every individual stacked burned.
well, and that's just it.
That
You'd be able to
makes
put
no
in your splitter
sense.
through, and 6 of them would go at a time. Now
Yeah,
they're just
yeah.
making it so you can add more into it, but it doesn't burn them faster.
Right, right.
I'm watching what David says next because
Okay.
I'm curious. Sorry.
Amino, I saw you poke your head in there and then you ducked out. So care to explain yourself on that one?
He does that on the best of days. He'll be in a call and just be like, poof, done.
Yeah, dip.
I don't know, man. The way I watched, so Gil's under consensus of David. For some reason, I remember Shadowfrax specifically saying that, yeah, people are going to be annoyed by this, or everyone's going to be in agreement. This is such a great idea, tongue in cheek.
Of course.
But it definitely looked like it.
I was busy working all day. I wasn't able to watch Shadowfrax's video, so I'll definitely check that out after the stream. I'm curious.
He took a little bit of a break there too, but again,
Yeah.
I think a lot of this comes down to the fatigue. There's both so many changes happening in Rust, but also like this movement of players. A lot of the oldies are starting to leave, and a lot of new people are coming in. So Dave says all stacks in the furnace will burn. Small furnace 3 tick rates. A lot of things for quality of life sucks. I don't want there's TC and turret. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, and I mean, as is always, like it could change right up until it's actually released, and I'm assuming they're not pushing that out till next month.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. The worst part about it is that next month is 2 weeks away. I don't know where this year's gone.
Oh, it's
Every
just
month
it's
is just
insane.
flying.
Everything is flying. Like we're halfway through summer.
Yeah. Well,
Like-
we're already over the halfway point of the year, so.
That's true. Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely insane. I don't know if Monkey's coming back or not, or Amino's coming back. I thought maybe he'd have something interesting to say.
I'll probably just
And-
make fun of me as always.
Well, probably, yeah, but that's all
And I
right.
have to make fun of him, so. We got.
So, do you remember? Now, I guess it would have been December of 2020, going into January of 2021. Remember what happened there? It was a lot of fun for me as a YouTuber. Let me see if I can find it here. Yes. So this is what I'm talking about. December of 2020, right here. This was exciting times for Rust, right here.
Well, sorry, yeah. For some reason, I thought you meant 19 and 20, but December 20 and January 2021, that was the big stream event by the RTV servers.
Yeah, what was their name? Was it
Well,
RTV?
I thought, for some reason, I think it was OTV. Sorry, OTV.
OTV, there you go.
I
That's
said
it.
RTV.
Yeah.
But no,
Didn't
OTV
sound
servers came
familiar.
out. Yeah, but that was the boom of Rust that we were talking about. But at the same time, like shortly after that, out of nowhere, there was 16,000 servers, and I remember that was when Rust and a lot of data centers. We're going a little bit deep into this for a second, guys. I'm sorry.
Sure.
The nerdy ones know what I'm talking about. But when there were 16,000 servers going at once, people couldn't find servers anymore. Like if you were in Dallas, and most hosts are usually like in the States, there's like 4 or 5 major data centers, and depending on where you were hosted, and because everyone was trying to host in Dallas being a central spot, because there was too many of them trying to load, there was an issue where you couldn't load the server you were trying to find because it was just flooded.
Yeah.
So
you had to have direct connect information, or you could never find it. Yeah, absolutely.
And it became insane. So like the people who had their servers listed first kind of had a priority, and the people who were trying to build after were stuck in the nether region. You'll never find it again.
Right.
And yeah, so what ended up happening was that some people found instantaneous success because their server was just showing, and just because they were showing and you had that boom, you know, people were just riding the train.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see what Amino's got to say. There you go, bud. You're unmuted. What's up, man?
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Shalom. Before you actually get into whatever it is that you're about to say, make sure that if there's anybody in chat or in the Discord that thinks that they'd like to join in, can you shoot them the link that I put in the dev chat?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. All right, go ahead. Feel free.
I just came in here to jump on any subject you start to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to.
He came here to try to gag me is what that is, but...
Hey. Hold up.
I was expecting him to try and gotcha you or something like that with...
No, we can't give away too many secrets. I'm not here to give away all the secrets. I'm here to help. So, let's go back to what I'm seeing coming up a few more times, okay? Sure. So, in order to make your server more appealing, you have to first find your identity, whatever that's going to be. So we're going to play the hypothetical game, and Bull, you're gonna be the test subject, okay?
Okay.
So are you making a vanilla, a 2x, 5x, or a 10x? What are you building
2x.
right this second? So
Let's
you're going to
do
make a
2x.
2x server. So you have 2 questions to ask. What 2x's are popular, and what makes them popular? So let's just say you go through your list, and you take your notes, you play on that server for 5-10 hours to get a real feel. You've got an idea what their loot tables are like. You know what their quality of life plugins are. You know what the features are. You've seen their website and their fancy artwork, and you go, "Wow, I want to be like this." Is that going to work for you?
No, probably not.
Exactly, because that's what everyone tries to do. They try to rip what already exists and then put it together, and they go, "This is going to work because it's working there," and that's not quite true.
And better yet, I've seen some people try and steal their names and try to capitalize on the name of the server.
We have caught, we actually caught with Battle Rust. There was somebody that had literally copied it entirely and still had like the Battle Rust information in it. Like straight up damn near, not just plagiarizing, stealing. And you'll see like copy and paste ones across other servers.
And did they capitalize?
Not long.
Right.
The thing is, they got caught.
You intervened. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I got you.
But at the same time, like, you'll have the concept. You'll be like, okay, I want to build the 2x. This server's fun. It's fun because of A, B, C. And usually, if you've played it for 4, 5, 10, 20 hours, you'll have a concept of something that's missing. So let's just say, for example, you play that server and you're like, I wish it had a quick sort feature so I could sort my loot quicker. So what do you know? There's a plugin called Quick Sort. And imagine that. So you'd be able to jump into something like that, and then maybe you can add the Quick Sort feature, but how could it tie into another? So how about a better looting feature? So you're going to get rid of certain loot. You'll have a better recycling time. You'll have a this and a that. So the idea is obviously loot-based. So boost how many things drop, remove some of the junk, so you get more items of different variety, but less count. So instead of making it a 5x, obviously, just roughly a 2x loot table with more boost.
Right.
So this is just like snowballing the concept. Now you have to create a branding. What's the name? What are the colors? If you're going to try to make VIP, how are you going to do that? What's it going to look like? If you're a 2x vanilla, people don't want pay to win, but they want features. So what features would you give them?
Right. Et
cetera, et cetera. Back in the day, you used to be able to say skin box was a VIP feature. These days, people just expect it for free.
Yeah. Yeah, how dare you not have Skinbox? Or actually, how dare you not have Skinner? Let's be specific here.
To add on to what Monkey said about your server name and your colors, believe it or not, those are extremely important, especially your colors, because it's the way it feels to people. Now this gets into like mental stuff. but it's the way it appeals to people. You don't want dark colors. Because it just doesn't work. It's part of the mental game, and Rust is a big mental game.
Well, you're referring to the thumbnail concept that even YouTubers have to struggle with every day. Like, you have to have a color and font and all this other bullshit that most people don't even consider, but it can mean the difference of success or failure on your server. Absolutely.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
And at the same time, to me, it's like the second goal, once you've got your players, is to retain them. And the way to retain them is to reward them. So if you've got your theme and you've got your stuff set up, well, okay, well, maybe they'll be interested in how the server looks, because professionalism is a big deal. Anybody can, like, I don't mean to say anybody, but virtually anybody can learn how to just configure and throw in a plugin. But things like changing the icons, things like changing the font size, the colors, the kerning, things like that, that makes a world of difference to make it feel like, oh, no one has this. This is unique. Right. Meanwhile, it's an existing plugin that you've just spent a bit of time.
Right.
So rewarding people is second part of keeping your growth. So you've got your player on the server. How do you engage them? Get them to your Discord. So if you get them to the Discord, how do you retain them on your Discord? Give them a reward for joining the Discord and staying linked on said Discord. So let's just say it gives you skin box by doing that, or a kit, whatever.
Right.
There's layers of keeping the activity and engagement.
Good opportunity together. Right there to introduce Steam Cord.
Yep, and exactly, and that's what I mean. Like, there's layers of being able to keep people together, and at the same time engage with the community. Because this goes to the next step. You're seeing a shift of players. New players are coming in, old players are going out. How do you engage with them? A lot of server owners, once they found their success, distance themselves, rightly so, from the server. Because when you're the face of the server and it's your name, Bull, how many DMs do you get a day?
Oh, hundreds.
And that's what I mean. Amino, how many DMs are ignored right now in yours?
Thousands.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Thousands of them.
And most of them are just absolute BS. Sometimes it's legitimate stuff. Maybe it's somebody just trying to get your attention for something. But for the most part, owners, when they find their success, have to take a step away. They're right in doing so, but they're wrong in stopping the engagement. Because yes, it's overwhelming. You're going to wind up with hundreds or thousands of DMs a day. But the engagement on your Discord, with the community, or in-game at times, makes a difference between people feeling like, okay, this is just here as a money thing, or here as being forgotten. Right. Community engagement is huge.
Yeah, it's everything. One of my biggest failures, like, I mean, I'm sure many of you know that I actually do run publicly accessible servers, and the reason why they don't ever populate is because I don't spend any time promoting them. Honestly, they're just there for me. And if somebody happens to join, great. But other than that, and I haven't spent any of the time doing the things that you guys are talking about. I have all of the custom plugins. I have all of the quality of life stuff, but I've never gone through and done graphics or customization of existing plugins, stuff like that. So, and I'm a prime example of why my servers don't populate, because I'm doing the exact opposite of what you're saying.
But some of that comes down to investment and reward. So like, but that doesn't mean monetary, because the one thing that Emil and I got really good at is how can we take what's free and make it look nice. Because before Dana and a lot of these people had put the time into making new UIs, Amino and I were making custom UIs with existing plugins. So it's like, okay, we don't like the way kits look. Yep.
Yeah, you guys dressed up kits. It was beautiful.
And it's like, we don't like the way that the server info page looked like. And the code was there. Like, I'm not saying we're again, I always tell people, I'm not a developer. I'm absolutely not a developer. I'm not a programmer. I'm not a coder. I could take what's there and understand enough of it to make it work for what I needed to. But that took time. Like, if you want to take the time, the tools are there.
Investment.
Yep. And if you invest your time and you invest your resources, whether that's just time, money, or whatever, or specifically time to learn, the resources are there. You can put that stuff together to make something nice, something different and unique. And even with premium tools, a lot of premium tools, for better lack of term, are dressed up versions of the free versions.
Usually, yep.
Not entirely, but
No.
yes. The core function is something that was free and done in the past, and then people who have taken the extra time. Yes, William. Where is this? William? Villain, sorry. Villain. Read the documentation. The first thing I do when I get a new plugin is read the .cs file. Everything you need to know about how it runs is in that file. Most of the time, we tell you, avoid touching it, use your config and your data files. Well, that is the limitation that you're leaving yourself with, is that your config and your data file is the function as it was inherently built. The CS file tells you how does it work, what's it doing, how does it do it. So that's where all the information is for your overlays, the images, some of the headers, the way things are kerned, where they are placed. So
now, kind of a disclaimer on that one though is after a while you would understand what you're looking at, but you would have to understand. You'd have to be able to look at C# and understand what you're looking at in order for that to do you any good. If you've been around my channel for any length of time, you know that I have always said stay out of the CS file. But what Monkey is saying is actually very valid, because there's things in there that won't be in the documentation, and you won't find out until you go in there and actually find stuff like that. So that's a great idea.
So for like that doesn't mean go through the files necessarily and start playing with stuff, but absolutely don't be afraid to put it on your test server and play with some of it. Exactly, just back it up, or just keep the original file, start a new one, and then start playing with it a little bit. Because like people ask at times, like you notice, like, what's the word I'm looking for? There's auto broadcast. It uses a default image. Well, that's just because it's a placeholder, which is the Rust default image. You get that, like, you know, that radioactive looking logo. You can put any image you want within that certain config file, and you can set it to
Steam 64 ID, I think, isn't it?
That's the easy way to do it. You can technically add a custom logo, and you can change things as well. Like the you can use a plugin which then reverts the default image to be your Steam 64 ID, but you can also change it with a little bit of time and some effort. And once you've figured out how to do one, you can now carry that over. So these days, like, I can take, let's just say, your 60 plugins for a base server of a 5x or something like that, and I can go through, because I now know exactly what I'm looking for. Control F, type in that query, go down to it. So I'm not proficient as a coder, but I know what I'm looking for, because the language is for the most part the same. Amino is the one who's been getting a lot better at this by a country mile.
Yeah, I agree with that. Getting good at your stuff, man.
Thank you.
All right, so we got David in the green room here. Let's see what David, Mr. David, I should say, has to add to the conversation. Oops, I did not mean to mute you right there.
Is this
Mr.
working?
David, how's it going?
Hi. Just coming in just before you're off the branding kind of topic.
Okay.
I make maps for some servers, and the map is like up there. That is one of your most important parts of the server. So you'll see many servers using procedurally generated, and then Rust maps custom, and then fully custom, and you get a mix of players from each. And I don't know.
I agree with that. I think that there's a large portion of players right now out there that don't like playing on proc-gen maps. And in order to capitalize on those players, you have to be either buying decent maps or learn how to build them yourself. So I'm assuming that's how you got into custom maps.
Yeah, I use Rust Edit a lot. It's quite good. And then once you get the paid version, and you realize everything you're missing out on.
Yeah, that is true. Are you?
There's chat's asking you to turn up your mic.
Yeah, you are a little bit quiet. Yeah.
Me?
No,
Amino.
Oh, sorry.
Do you, Mr. David? Do you build maps and provide them to places like CodeFling or Lone or anybody like that?
I don't really make those special custom maps that you'll see on Coachling and that, and then sell them, but more of like a vanilla modded kind of feeling maps. Like they'll have those beaches that are flattened out.
Sure.
And most people want helis and recyclers at every single safe zone, and then you add them and all that stuff, all the jazz.
See, exactly. I would agree that tastefully modded maps work well, but the problem, and this is just for other server owners, if you're not going to get into the map building itself, you're going to have a steady rotation of varieties of maps. So whether you keep that same vanilla modded style, you're going to want a rotation, because it gets stale when you start repeating the same ones. Because that was where I saw at the Big Peak was the downfall. A lot of the custom maps where servers were like, hey, we only use this one custom map from insert website. If one player mained that server for 5 or 6 wipes, they knew every square inch of that map. And some people liked that, but then what ends up happening is a new player comes in, doesn't know about the hidden monument or how to run that hidden that hidden cave or whatever the case is, and then those players get run out quickly. We saw in not your server, but in your Discord, a community that was getting established, did a lot of advertising, found some success, recently disappear.
Really?
No.
I didn't notice.
I noticed a lot of things.
Clearly you do, yeah.
But, and again, like, part of that was the formula stops working after a certain amount of time. Battle Rust is actually pretty good for that as well. They use custom maps very similar to what David explains here, where, for example, like the water lines are a little bit lower, so there's still sand beaches to go out further. You have a consistent water level in building areas, so big guys who like to make the Zerg bases have the ability to build in multiple spots.
Right.
And then, Amino has for a long time now usually been an advocate of like merged bandit outpost.
Yeah, that's a pretty popular one. Yep.
I can send you some images if so that people can see what the maps that we're talking about, Bull, if you want.
Yeah, sure. Just send it to my Discord. That'd be fun.
But yeah, I think in trying to consider, for example, if you're going to say custom maps are your thing, the map still has to kind of match the specialty of your server. So let's go back towards, like I said before, like my original servers were Battlefield servers with backpacks, and this is back when like nobody had backpacks and it wasn't really a thing.
Right.
So I was using some custom maps and some custom designs, but the biggest difference was that when you had your backpacks, the concept was, well, people can build whatever they want. The backpacks didn't drop, they didn't wipe on death, so if you got raided, you'll just move to the next spot.
Right.
So if you are looking at that map there, pretty much everything that's in the sand or on the water on land is completely buildable.
Yeah.
It's shallow enough where you can go across it. So you can have 5 or 6 clan bases along one coastline rather than at one spot and then another spot and then another.
Yeah.
Can I jump in here?
Of course.
Another important thing about maps is now becoming mazes and King of the Hill Islands. Those are popular as hell now.
But I started off with that saying event-style servers are becoming a thing. The problem is, and I say not the problem, let's rephrase that. As I said before, adjust to the strategy and be prepared for things to change. Because yes, King of the Hill and Maze is huge right now. You're going to find players want that, they're asking for that. But I remember a year and a half ago, Lone Design, I think it was, had a map with a maze on it, built into the map. And it was awesome for a week or two.
Right. And then it died.
But this is the new gen player coming in. They want quick action, new things to do quickly, and event-style servers or event-style things that are going to reward you. A year ago, it was aim trainers with bot targets, and scrims are still huge and popular right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
What is the best custom map or procedural map to bring in more players? That's a trick question.
So, what's that? I can't read the name, I'm sorry. MDS.
MD5.
So MD5, the answer to that goes back to your identity. If you're a PvE server, let's just say a PvE server, you want to have a custom map that's going to be able to spread the monuments far enough apart where you can have safe zones, buildable zones, and then PvP zones without being too close together in bunches. If you're going to make a vanilla style server, you're going to want to have the monuments as they are. You're not going to want to find custom card monuments and custom caves and stuff like that because vanilla players are particular. They don't like anything that looks weird.
That's right.
If you're playing on a highly modded server, the world's your oyster, but you still have to follow your theme. So if you're going to say you're going to build a medieval style castle on there, well, primlock everybody so they can only use axes and stone tools and things like that. You know, look at Mars map. And that's what I mean. Like the concept is like I thought about this a long time ago, back when pyramids were a thing, because that was the name of my original server. It'd be cool to make a primlocked server, Egyptian themed. So you can only use fire tools and stone tools and wood tools only. And then and at the same time everyone can only build with those style tools. And the resources were much more finite because it's all desert. You can make whatever your mind can come up with, you could theoretically put that together, but you're narrowing the player base that'll be interested.
Absolutely you are.
Like the more you narrow it, the more niche you become. And sure, a lot of people might find it cool. Like Mars map, fantastic concept. It's amazing what they were able to get away with the in-game assets being modified by such a great team. They did fantastic with their plugin configurations and setup from the ground up overhaul and introducing the features. However, it started off like hot fire. Queues were massive. It was almost impossible to get onto the servers. But again, as people kind of experienced it, they're like, okay, well, this is kind of cool. But are you going to? Because at the same time, you know, the developers, the all across the board, map developers, plugin developers, all those people, how much time and money can they really invest to keep reinventing the wheel for that server? They can, you know, they put in a tremendous amount of time.
Mars maps, I don't quote me, but as far as I know, Lone remakes his map, like keeps it similar but remakes it every single wipe.
Interesting.
Well, and that's not uncommon. We're seeing that with a lot, like just small tweaks and changes. But what I mean is the core functionality is only going to be interesting for so long. That goes back to the whole idea of the saturation. You've got your pinprick that starts off with. He started with a fantastic campaign to promote it for one. He had a few people test it and start YouTube videos on it. So by the time it came to launch, it was hyped. The queues were huge.
Yeah. There was another map that followed that same...
Project Lazarus.
That's the one. Yep.
Yeah.
Followed that same protocol where it was developed, introduced to the community, and then the hype on it was so huge that everyone wanted to get it. And they were trying to do all the sketchy things to get it. There's
been in Midwest, you know, banks and robber style, you know, cops and robber style with banks and like Midwest cowboys, whatever. There's been, again, like these are all things which are cool for concepts, but the big thing is a lot of them have one thing in common: they're made by the same team.
Yeah, that is true.
So they build something, they make it interesting, they get their player base, but once the roller coaster comes to where the leveling point is, because you're going to have a peak, then you'll have the valley that comes down, and once you hit that plateau, that's going to be okay. So that's really where you're going to be staying at. Then you'll wind up go boom to a new concept, and that's the fun part about it. Like the world is your oyster. You can create what you want, but again, time, resources, investment.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. I seen somebody in here. Where did I must have lost it.
Amino, what are your thoughts on the latest trends in terms of just the PvP changes and the player bases that are coming in?
Well, wait, first off, am I loud enough? Good? Let me turn it up a bit.
You're a bit
quiet. Turn
quiet.
it up a little bit, yeah, turn it up just a bit.
Alright, we good now?
Yep.
Alright, that's very interesting to say. So, one thing I always talk about is, and this really applies to everything, be different but not too different. When it comes to these PvP changes, I assume you're talking about like Koth and mazes and those type of things.
Yep.
Events. Yep.
Alright, so those people that started that hit it on the head. They hit the be different but not too different right on the head. Because they took the original design of, they're mainly on, 10x's and 5x's higher multiplayer servers. They took the original designs that other people had, and then they added a little bit more onto it. And that little bit more is what makes you stand out and what makes you blow up. That was what helped me with my success story, and that's what's helping them with all the other people. So,
But at the same time, when you wind up with something that is successful, it's a very delicate balance. Like to say, I can't in good faith tell everybody who watches this or everybody in the Discord, hey, jump on the bandwagon, get Maze and King of the Hill.
Yeah.
Because again, you're going to start going down that list. So how can you integrate Maze and King of the Hill with something unique? What is the next flavor you can add? What's the spice you can put into that?
Yeah, you got to add the oregano on top.
You got to give it a little stir. Bake it in the oven for a little bit at 420.
Exactly. Yeah, you can. I mean, piggybacking off of somebody else's success is fine, but exactly what Monkey just said, like you have to add your own flavor to it. Otherwise, well, A, you're just plagiarizing somebody else. So the absolute best that you can get is the best that they did, and that's if you're lucky. So if you're not coming up with your own concepts, you're not helping yourself. In fact, you're really just hurting yourself.
What's Peachy King's question?
Peachy King. Depends on which one. King of the Hill and Maze are great. How does the server with a pop of less than 20 use them?
So Peachy, going back towards the beginning, your first goal is getting your players. So obviously putting those events for smaller populations is not going to make the most sense. The investment for you to set that up won't yield you the results you're looking for necessarily. But you could still add interesting events that start to scale up. So here's an example I've seen done a few times, and I used to do it myself. If you've got a medium pop server, let's just say like towards the end of the wipe, build a nice base with some loot and some traps and stuff like that, and then in the Discord tell people, hey, I've hidden the base, there's loot inside of it, it has, first person that gets the TC will have this. So you can start with free, like events that you put your time into and put together.
What was that, Amino?
A really good idea.
Tell us what a good idea is.
Oh, nope.
Share it with the class, man.
Nope. The point being is like, you can create free events on your own time. Be creative in that capacity. So one of the cool things, for example, copy and paste, a very simple and fun plugin to use, is extremely powerful if you use, what is the name of that? 1 second here. I have it, and I haven't used it in forever.
Is it rateable bases?
No. The it's a game that you're able to make your bases on it.
Okay, while he's looking for this, alright, conversations like this are great. This is having conversations like this, and somebody says one of those keywords, or they talk about something, and you can just get ideas from it and make it a spin-off. Yep. And that's what helped me get to where I brought my servers up to, was conversations and people saying things, and then my brain instantly was like, wait, we can do this, and it's different from anything else anybody else has done. Most of the time
but it was triggered by that one concept that somebody gave you.
Yep.
Fortify. So Fortify is probably one of the best tools you can get, and I'm telling anybody here who likes to use copy and paste or edit, whatever like that, Fortify is the one. So you go to Fortify, you could build your maze. So there's a guy on there as an example that has the full dust map from CSGO. You can download the CS file. You can set that and configure it in your copy paste configuration, and then you can just paste it. So like you can create events that either people have built or you can spend the time on there and build it yourself. You download the actual contents into a CS file, or actually it's a JSON, sorry. You put that into your paste folder, and then boom, you now have your copy folder, you now have a base that you can paste that could be a cool confidence system. So now you're seeing, there's mazes all set there. Type in CSGO,
Sure.
My job is to make college easier because students have a lot on their plates. Like Harper, an econ major who piles on the pressure. Grammarly can help her stress less.
This term paper's gotta be great. It's a third of my grade.
Your ideas are on the money. Let's make sure they come across clearly with Grammarly. Watch it work. Watch it work.
Wow, that is stronger.
And Avery, an engineering major who runs on ambition and coffee. Grammarly can get her her dream job.
My application needs to stand out. They only meet with the top candidates.
If you want to make a good impression and nail your delivery, use Grammarly. You don't want to pull another all-nighter, do you? Now that's taking it to the end zone. Yeah. Oh, touchdown with Grammarly. And Blake, an education major who knows what he wants. So you're going to be a school teacher.
Yeah, but first I need to get my senior thesis over the finish line. I keep repeating the same words.
Let Grammarly help you find the right words faster. Grammarly, do your magic. And you did it in one place. Grammarly means better results. That's why it's the writing tool selected by 3,000 schools and universities. Try Grammarly for free by clicking the blue button. Class dismissed. Go on, download Grammarly today. Blue button. Right there, Grammarly. Oh yeah, click it. Don't look at us. It's just a coach and a duck. It's all right, you click that blue button. All right, you've seen it before, haven't you? Ooh, Grammarly, for the win.
This is your home. This is your family room / gym, the guest bedroom / music studio, the day bed / dog bed, the living room / yoga dojo / regional office / classroom. And this is the cellar.
Look at that.
Look at that.
It is the complete Dust 2 map.
No kidding.
And I mean, like,
Look
proper
at that.
spawn points, all the right placements of things. You got all the peaks, all the corners, all the spots that people are familiar with. So
Wow,
if you
somebody
know
put
your
in some wrench time there.
But if you know that you've got a bunch of CS:GO players, or you've got friends that are onto this kind of server that are into this kind of stuff, you can just create sections of a map where you can just paste these things and create events where, okay, every hour is CS:GO hour. The last man standing in the map gets insert whatever the reward is going to be. It
Add a
doesn't
gun game event to this or something like that, and boom, all of a sudden you've got a CS:GO game inside of Rust.
Exactly, and that's where, like I said, like you can spin events in whatever way you want. You don't have to just think King of the Hill or Maze. If you have a player base that let's say, for quote unquote, demands it, and you can justify it, then go ahead. But be prepared that in 2 weeks or 2 months, that trend is going to change. So
Yeah,
what
you
are
have
you
to
going to
be
do?
willing to shift.
Because if it stops becoming popular, and then they're going to move on to the next thing, do you want to be the guy that is stuck just on the hamster wheel? This is what you want. This is what you want. This is what you want.
Stuck
this
in
is what
your
you
own
want.
routine.
Yeah,
exactly. All right, so let's see. I know there's been some really great questions, and I apologize because I've missed quite a few of them. I've just been
I'd
sitting
love
here,
to see some more of the questions.
Listening to Monkey talk is quite nice. Yeah, lots of people talking about using copy paste. I use copy paste a lot. Like anytime I use, sorry, but I'm going to bring it up. I don't use rateable bases. I use the custom plugin that isn't available to anybody except for a couple of people. And I'm changing up my bases all the time, and it's for this exact reason. Because you don't want them to get stale. You don't want your regular players to get used to the same old, same old. It just gets boring. And now, you spent money on a plugin or whatever, and it's not being used. They just get bored and move on.
Rateable bases is expensive too.
Rateable bases is absolutely expensive, but worth every penny.
Yeah.
So here's the thing with rateable bases to me. It's a stopgap because the goal is to use rateable bases until you have enough players to have bases that are rateable.
That's true.
It's how can I put it? it's good for two reasons. You can use it as a teaching tool for new players. So like if you've got a PvE server, you can have raidable bases utilized to have people learn the basics and fundamentals of how to raid a base efficiently. But at the same time,
Battle Rust Gaming. Sorry to cut you off, Monkey.
Whoa!
Battle Rust Gaming dropping in with the $100 super chat and then didn't put anything in the super chat. That is super
Just
generous.
flexing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, he's just
flexing.
flexing. Yeah, just letting everybody know who's boss up in this chat.
Does David have balls?
I don't have money.
Thank you so much, Battle Rust Gaming. I appreciate that.
But
That,
again,
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
so to just to kind of conclude it, like you can use these plugins as not just what they're intended for, but also as stepping stones to introduce new concepts that you have. Because the thing is that the plugin developers themselves had this idea, they've put it together, and they've created it for people to eventually snowball with. Because if you look through UMod, you'll see that plugins get handed down from developer to developer to developer, and eventually one person goes, "Hey, how about I rewrite this because I have this new idea," and then the torch passes on.
Yeah.
So the question being is, how can you utilize an existing plugin that was intended for one thing and then create a spin to it?
Yeah, exactly. A really great example of that. Unfortunately, it caused a bunch of turmoil, but the GUI shop was a really great example of that. It sat there. Actually, I have a better example of that is the hotel plugin. Sat in UMod, not working for years, and then was picked up by a developer, actually a developer in my Discord, and now it's back into the mainstream circle of plugins. Yeah, so it happens all the time.
With the new players, though, hotels became another big thing, and part of that is
Exactly.
the streaming guys. Because again, that OTV server, when they came back for the second time, a lot of them who aren't confident or comfortable with PvP like that player-to-player interaction.
Yeah.
PvE servers cater to strictly either player-to-player interaction through like just discussion or role play. But there are PvP players that enjoy to role play as well on the side. So maybe towards the end of the wipe, when they're wealthy, they're like, you know what, we're gonna make a hotel, or we'll make a dance floor, and you know that's where the Rust has done well to create content that isn't just directed for PvP.
That's right.
But yeah, I mean, the June update, and for anybody who's lived in a cave, the June update changed not just the mechanics of PvP completely, because I've been playing Rust again for a while, and I like to PvP. It changed how people interact in PvP, because again, it was all about putting people closer, and making people come closer means that the interactions increase. So the amount of times you're face to face just about with somebody is a lot higher than it used to be. Loot camping's not as prevalent as it used to be. So you're seeing what I find actually interesting on other servers is there's more group play and not just like raiding. You'll get guys who are coming in there and putting on their hotels. He's 45 minutes with abandoned pirate ship. Ooh.
The Peachy Viking. Sorry, I just had to put your chat up on there because there's only a select few people that would understand what you mean by that. So I appreciate you.
Copy pasta?
Copy pasta.
No.
Well, I mean, copy pasta is that's definitely like a peak Imgur way back when.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Definitely dating myself there for sure.
Yep.
Oops.
Before we're gone too far away from events, just one thing that I noticed wasn't mentioned is that you have to keep up events to the point where you'll have a bunch of people in your events, like maybe 10 to 15, but you want the majority of your players still playing your server. You want your progress to continue. You don't want to halt your Rust server for an event that will kill the server once it's gone, because no one else is actually still playing while the event is gone.
Yeah, you still want your core player base to be playing the game.
Yeah.
And just using the events as to kind of break up the monotony of it every now and then, for sure.
Yeah. Like, bring in players, but don't take them out.
See, that's what made...
right.
Just gotta let
Mino's
Monkey know
having
how
a
I
stroke
feel,
again.
Alright? I gotta let him know how I feel. Anyways, but that's what made these servers that created the mazes and the cough zones so popular, because they're not. It doesn't make everybody go to these places, but it creates a hot spot for, you know, X amount of time. People can go if they want to, but if they don't want to, they can still stay on the mainland and enjoy all that.
Right.
Of course.
A year and a half ago, this is where I was going with this, Amino. Amino and I had an idea that nobody else had done, and we put a bunch of time into it. I don't want to go too much in the discussion because it's still an idea that no one else has really done.
Okay.
But the problem with it was just that we were trying to merge a real server with events in such a way that hadn't been done. So we wanted to try to check off a number of different things that were being utilized, with the core gameplay being playing the server. You had the option, instead of having to leave the server to join a different server for that feature, to do it all in the one. It was incredibly complicated. It took months of work to barely make it workable, but it was tremendously satisfying to see, like, okay, the concept could work. This is what's been interesting in the last few months, is that a lot of other server owners are being creative for the first time in a while, because again, we are seeing this drop. We're seeing...
We're fighting for player bases.
Everyone who's listening, player count does not matter. Player retention is more important. You can have 30 players for one night, and if the next day you've got 7, the 30 players didn't mean shit. It's the 7 that stayed that are important to you. So how do you keep 30 players staying with you for 5 days, or a whole wipe, or whatever the case is? That retention is more of an important statistic for you. So if you wind up with 30 players that stayed with you for the wipe, that's fantastic, because you can expect them the next week. If you get 30 players, 7 were the next day, 3 are the next day, and then you got the 1 who stayed for the next wipe, you've only retained 1 player.
That's right. Bimmer says loot tables are huge, make or break it for a server. I agree with that statement. Loot tables are, I don't want to say they're the most important aspect, but they're definitely in the top 10 for sure. And it's such a simple task to take care of. It's not a fast task, but it's simple.
It's probably the most common question we have seen on the SRTBULL Discord in all the years. Anybody got a loot table for 10x?
Yeah.
Or a 5x? Or hey, do you have a loot table I can get for whatever? Insert X server. And again, this goes back to like creating your branding and your and the identity you have. Because again, like, you will find 10x's that have BPs. You'll have 10x's that have no BPs. You'll have 10x's that have some BPs. What is the rate of progress you want your players to go? So you start your server. Let's just say you want it to be weekly wipe. So if you're only going to be wiping it every Thursday, the question is going to be, how do you make the loot hard enough to get you to have your, let's just say, for example, for the average player who only puts in 2 hours a day, be able to have all of his components and all of his blueprints after 3 days, so that by day 4, 5, and 6, you've got end game, pre-wipe, and then wipe day, which is just everyone's just gone or blowing everyone up.
I wanted to bring up the Lootify website. So for those of you that have never seen this before, make sure you go check out my video on Lootify, because it's going to change your life if you've never seen this. I was just talking to the developers the other day, the people that are behind the website. They're actually going to be adding, I was hoping to see something here. Okay, so May 1st, 2022 was the last update. So they're actually going to be adding a pre-built 2x, 5x, maybe a 10x loot table, where you can just download it directly from the Lootify site, and boom, obviously you'd go in and make some changes to make it yours. You don't always want to take somebody's default, but so that's good news, and that's upcoming. I'm surprised it's not there right now. And now that I'm saying this out loud to everybody, I'm kind of wondering if maybe he told me to shut my mouth about it before, so I hope that's not the case. And so we'll see if he gives me shit.
So I still literally use, and like, this is probably something that nobody even knows exists anymore, is the BLMC, that .ru better. I've been using that for years.
I've been told that it doesn't
It hasn't been updated, so there are items missing from it.
Yeah,
Like if you understand how it works, you can still add them in manually.
Of course.
Typically, it just makes a giant manual file.
Right.
So Control F, go to the asset you want, add the amount or whatever the case.
So
is.
what makes you use the old BLMC over Lutify?
It's OG.
It is OG. That's
it has the. So the thing is the way I like to look at it is when I start my loot table, I want the vanilla to start with. I want to see exactly what vanilla comes in so I can figure out, okay, what is my goal for balance? Am I wanting it a 3-day wipe? If it's a 3-day wipe and there's no BPs, get rid of all the garbage.
right.
What are people looking for? Okay, so how do I get them to farm not just barrels, but also not just elite crates? How do I get them to move around the map to increase the chance of PvP, to increase the chance of activity?
Which makes them stay.
Exactly. So like, if you make it so that people one-hit a barrel and get everything they need after a couple of nodes, well, now you've got a battlefield.
Yeah.
So you better be able to make it insane boosted loot, and that's not going to be right for a 10x.
That's right.
So
Whoa.
Oh, we've
All right,
offended
sir.
Amino.
I have one-hit barrels on my server. All right, and you can even shoot them from a distance and get your loot.
what I said is one-hit barrels that give you everything you need. You still
Yeah.
have to, if you want specific things, you have to do either the crates or the elite crates.
See, I'm not a good listener.
See, I understood what Monkey was saying.
Amino likes to jump to conclusions. But no, like I said, I always want to start with the base vanilla loot file, and that's what I like about it. I don't want to just pick and choose because you're going to miss some of the steps. Because there's a reason why, for example, if I'll send you the link for a second, and I just want you to stream it for 2 seconds there, Bill,
Sure.
so that I can kind of explain to people visually. Ooh, there.
Oh, I got a message. That's funny. Basil, if you're in my chat right now and you didn't say anything, I'm offended.
Did he
So
tell you
he
to shut
just-
your mouth?
No, he didn't. He sent me all of the pre-built loot tables. I just became the most popular person in my Discord, as I have a 20 times, a 2 times, a 3 times, a 5 times, and a 10 times.
Let's go.
Is BLMC, is that default Rust loot table?
100% default. So he's gonna pop it open here for a second.
Yeah.
So when he's got it open, and I'll kind
I'm
of
getting there right now. I used to have this bookmarked, and I got rid of it when I switched over to Lutify. Oh my god, I haven't seen this in years.
So scroll down. Let's go to Crate Town Normal, Rat Town.
Amazing.
Right there.
Yep.
So open the item list.
Crate, you want the normal one?
Down there.
Oh, there we go.
So open the item list. So this is a true vanilla option. So if you look at there, the item is minimum. So you'll minimum get 3 items from it. The max you'll ever get is 3. The max BPs you'll ever get is 1, and only 8 scrap.
Yep.
But now you've got a lottery. You'll only get 3 items, and scroll on down for a bit. These are all the possibilities you can get. This is what makes Vanilla Rust hard. This is why people get excited when they find the one item they're looking for, because there's only a chance. 1 in 3. You have 1 in 3 times the amount of options you've got. So, if you're saying this is a 10x, well, you're not going to care about a lot of this stuff. Wind turbines, get rid of them. Heavy plate, get rid of it. Horse armor, let's be real, get rid of it. You can change the perception in terms of what you're trying to get, as well as the values. Now, towards the top again, you can change it from, instead of only 3 items, you can make it 6. You can make it 10. You can make it 1. You can make it...
Section right here.
Yeah. So you can change how much scrap comes into it, etc. So it's way more manual. It is way more thought intensive, or provoking is the best way to put it, because you have to actually start to consider, okay, what am I trying to accomplish? I still think that this is by far one of the best ones to deal with. And then right there on the very top, export. Once you're done, you click export. It downloads the loot tables.json that you just drag right into your better loot folder. You're done.
So because I know Basil is actually he's writing to me in Discord right now. Because I know he's creeping in my chat right now. That is literally the only thing that Lootify is missing, is the 100% vanilla loot table when you default it. If you install Better Chat as soon as you install Better Chat, it's already different from vanilla.
Better loot.
Better loot.
Or, sorry, yes, that. Thank you.
Yeah. But no, and that's what I mean. Like it's you see there's basic multipliers, but it tells you it only works with those specific items. So you can easily click on 3x and then download that, and you now have a 3x vanilla server, which means it's 3x but all the same junk items.
Yeah.
So, like, say for example, you're going to go through and this is common on 5x's, more so on 10x's. You might give everyone level 1 blueprints, so you might as well just go one by one, open those out, get rid of all of the level 1 items, because you're going to give them to people as a blueprint for free. And then you can make some small modifications. This, for some of you guys watching this, that is the original loot modifier tool you can use, because it uses all the old IDs. The problem with it was at one point it was broken. When Rust did an update last year, 6 months ago, it's been a little while, it was broken. If you tried to use that file because they had changed some of the item ID numbers and how they worked, you would just crash your game. Loot tables would go revert back to vanilla. So they changed that, but I don't think that whoever had been running this has updated it, because it is missing some of the new items on there, the new HLMR, whatever.
Yeah.
The gun that no one likes to use, but some people do.
The homemade M249, is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
the one that nobody asked for, but they did it anyways.
Yeah, right. So just before we leave this, Baz has let me know, actually he sent me the vanilla loot table, which is fantastic, so if anybody needs that, you can hit me up. Actually, I'll probably load these, I'll ask him first, but I might load these into the pre-built config channel. And
Basil, love. I'm gonna check this out. This is news to me. I haven't seen this, so before I say everyone go to this, like, give everything a chance, give everything a shot. I'm stuck in my old ways, but I'm always open to new stuff.
The problem with the BLMC site, BLM, whatever, is that it's not changing. Whereas
It's no longer
Lootify
supported.
is changing. Like, literally, I said, hey, Baz, you need to have a vanilla option on here, and he sent me a message saying it's already done, and on the next update, it's going to come out. So, like, that's what I love about Lootify. Well, I would have to say that's what I love about my community, is that we have a direct line of communication with the people that are actually making these changes, whereas with the BLMC site, I don't have that.
Like I said in the past, though, this is an example of the torch gets passed down. The community is responsible for the community, and that's what makes Rust and being an admin really unique. So, like I said, Baz, much love. I didn't know that existed. I was shouting out the old school tools that I use because some people might think it was just a fun blast in the past.
There were years spent on this site right here.
Just
no joke.
Open up the list, make little changes, reload the whole thing all over again. But yeah, and like I said, it's still because I've just gotten proficient at it because I've done it so many times.
Exactly.
I probably have like 400 loot tables saved for different variations of servers that we've ran or that we've started or that I've done for clients, whatever. It's just been one of those situations where I've gone through so many times that I don't even think anymore. It's just I'm done in 20 minutes. Here we go.
You have way more patience than me.
Yeah, but I mean, part of that is the experience of it. Another thing, if I can recommend to people, don't get discouraged at the results if they're not what you expected. Part of this was something I learned in business a long time ago, because I used to do corporate financing, which is, long story short, we were a small no-name company trying to go get money in order to start things, and then later on I was the guy that was helping people raise money for their endeavors, for their business ideas. Oftentimes the first person with the new idea opens the door to something, they're the first one to get trampled. They're the ones that get forgotten. So when it comes to innovation, being first isn't always the greatest. Sometimes it's more of a curse than a blessing. But at the same time, don't be afraid to take that risk, because sometimes other people aren't going to understand the decision you made, but it turns out to be the right decision. Don't be afraid to make mistakes.
You still want to be that trailblazer. You just have to be willing to adapt and change along the way.
And also accept that sometimes it's going to fall flat on its face. Like,
absolutely,
everything Amino does is not a hit. Everything I do is not always a hit. Every map that David has made has not been a hit. Like, we all have...
Every YouTube video I make is not a hit.
We all hit this point where you put a bunch of time and energy and passion, whatever, blood, sweat, and tears into something for it to just not work.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean that you came from the wrong place. And don't lose sight of what you're trying to target, because that's where you're going to find yourself. Lizard Mods is in here. Let's go.
Yeah, he's been in for a minute.
Yeah, that's where you have to kind of be the trailblazer, but also hold your path, because just because it didn't work, don't.
One of the most disappointing things that I come across with my Discord and my YouTube channel is people getting discouraged, and I'm always trying to, talk them back up and bring them back into the game. And I mean, let's face it, being a server owner is a game in itself. Like, you've got Rust, the play side, but you've also got Rust, the admin side, and they're two entirely different worlds. So if you don't have the success that you think that you should be getting with a certain configuration, don't give up. Like, it's worth it. That's all I can say is it's just worth it.
See, the biggest there's three things that anybody, like, if you're new to server administration here, or if you're just starting up a server, the three things you got to remember is networking is key. Nobody does this and becomes successful or does well alone. You might have a good idea, but surrounding yourself with other people who can have good ideas and that you can trust is extremely important.
It's invaluable. Like, it's
being an SRTBULL server. Most of you people don't understand necessarily just how valuable it is that you can network with these people. Not only can you ask questions, but you can also snowball ideas back and forth. You can jump into a VC, you can DM somebody, you can be friends with somebody. Maybe they'll join your organization and help you out. The reality is like, networking is key. Having support around you. So once your server starts to find some sort of success, building the right team around you is what's going to set the foundation for the future. If you are by yourself doing it and you actually hit what you want, which is growth, you are going to be overwhelmed with nothing but problems.
Yeah.
People are going to exploit. People are going to do chargebacks. People are going to start cheating, because cheaters, once they start seeing populations, they start sliding into your servers. You need to understand how to catch them properly. You need tools. You need people with experience. Yes, Battle Rust, key thing, be careful who you trust. But at the same time, like, that's where the networking comes key, because you can make connections, learn and meet new people who have more connections, and next thing you know, you wind up with a solid foundation with you.
I have to interrupt here because I just seen something in the chat, and I'm hoping that this is the same Corrosion Hour, but let's give a shout out to Corrosion Hour in chat, because the fact that they're in my chat right now is huge, and I'm a little bit starstruck by that. But Corrosion Hour is probably one of my most commonly used resources for admin commands, item IDs, all that stuff. So
I have shout out to Corrosion Hour on this one. I have owned, managed, administrated.
The hunt is on! Follow the clues on our socials, buy a participating pack to free a golden bird and be in to win $10,000! There are 5 golden birds to be won, plus $250,000 in other cash prizes. Will you free the golden bird?
50, 60, or 100 servers, don't matter. I still use admin commands.
Yeah, me too.
It's literally saved on my tot bar. I still go to it every once in a while. I'm like, what is this one again?
This search bar right here. Yep. I'm surprised it's not worn out on my computer, because like I use this search bar all the time. Like, you can literally just start typing something in there, and it'll filter out what you're typing into the possible solutions for you down below. So if anybody's not using Corrosion Hour, you need to be. And if the Corrosion Hour that's in the chat right now is not the same one that's for this website, whatever, they get a free blast, but whatever, that's okay. Shout out to Corrosion Hour.
That and their items database is fantastic as well.
Absolutely.
If you go to the items database specifically, so everyone who's just kind of like listening, and we're going to go back towards the loot config. If you're ever looking for an item ID to add to your loot table for some reason, if you can't find it, or I'm not saying that the other one's not going to be there, you can find the item ID in here and inject it. Like there's so many different,
added in.
Yeah. For guys that play consistently, you can craft by using item IDs, so you can bind them. So you can bind craft. Say for example, you want to do We'll say shotgun traps. Let's just say you like to build shotgun traps. All you do is build shotgun traps. You can bind craft that with a key by having the item ID, the amount that you want, etc. So corrosion hours come clutch in so many different ways over the time. Like they're a fantastic database to use. And actually, if I recall right, a year and a half ago, when we redid your Discord, Amino and I, we made sure to include corrosion hours, one of the #1 tools to you have to use.
Resource. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a resource that you have to familiarize yourself with because it's invaluable.
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah, they are a huge, valuable resource to the community. I think you guys have been in my chat before. I'm not sure. But anyways, thanks for stopping by. I super appreciate that. That's huge.
Yep.
#1 in chat for corrosion hour. Let's go.
Yes.
Okay. Since Moiki decided to talk about Discord, I'm gonna jump on the topic of Discord with Rust servers. Discord is one of the most useful things that you can have for your Rust server. If you don't have Discord, you don't have a community. Because if those players that are on your Rust server, if you were to change your Rust server name, or if you were to, let's say, change your host or something, you were to get a new ID, you're most likely going to lose most of those players. But if they're in your Discord, you can send them out a ping. Building a community around your Discord is huge. And having neat little things inside of your Discord is also another thing to keep your, your Discord retention rates up. It all is part of the puzzle.
And that goes back to what I said earlier about communication with, or just your engagement with your community. Amino and I hold a very old school mentality of we don't like the concept of engaging in game. We don't announce our presence. We don't ever, period. That's just the way we kind of think about it, and I've always agreed with that. I've always been the kind of player that if I'm on a popular server and I saw owners and admins talking, I'm like, kind of suspicious. Are they spawning shit in for people? Do they play favorites? Are they telling somebody where I am? I don't even want to have to think about that. You're breaking the immersion of the game. However, I don't tell people to do everything that I do, but at the same time,
I tell them exactly that. The best admin is the one that nobody knows is there.
Yeah, the one that nobody knows is there. But at the same time, engagement in the early stages is key. So if you're starting off a server, am I telling you don't tell people, don't be there with your friends or whatever the case is? No. But there's a fine line there where you can't cross it, because otherwise there's an expectation that gets carried over. The retention key is engagement. So Discord is your #1 used tool to be able to communicate with players, both with suggestions, when you've got announcements, updates, problems, whatever. If you don't have a relatively clean, usable, and searchable Discord, how are people supposed to get you? Yes, and don't overping. There's oh man, Bull can separate SRTBULL YouTube or Rust Academy to Discord Academy, and we can go on for months on Discord tools and this and that. But again, hey, guess what? There's people in his Discord that help people with these kind of questions.
Yeah.
So.
Of course, Amino says not necessarily true. What are you talking about, son?
Because he likes to ping everyone.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's not what I said. Not necessarily true to.
Okay.
Wait.
What we're saying was, well, the last thing that was in the chat was.
Okay. Yeah. I wasn't talking about the not necessarily true part. I was talking about the Discord retention is easy part of it. If you don't.
Yeah.
Bro, this whole statement. What?
So I would say this, okay? You can start your conversations on your Discord, but at the same time, yes, there's a fine. This is what I mean. As you grow, there's a fine balance in terms of how much you can share with the player base, how much you have to keep some of those cards in your close to your chest.
Yeah.
And as well as just your overall activity. The biggest mistake I see with a lot of successful owners is they just disappear. They ghost. They're there for announcements only. But at the same time, understand that as your player base grows, you're going to be facing a lot of problems. It's going to be hard to keep positive when all you're doing is putting up fires.
Fixing
this guy's
broken
breaking
shit.
this. Yeah, this guy broke this. This guy's exploiting this. This person is cheating. This person is trying to steal my players to go to his server. This guy's advertising. This person stole my server. This guy's trying to get me blacklisted. You're just fire.
Yeah.
So expect it. everyone asks for success, but no one knows what's on that other side. And until you've been there, all I can tell you is set your foundations, get the right people on your team, grow with an identity, and be as prepared as you can be for it.
LD's asking, what's Bull's thoughts on the rise of all these one grid servers? Well,
What rise?
this yeah, exactly. That's kind of my thoughts on it. Exactly. I don't.
Like a year ago.
I put one grid servers in the same category as I do PVE. It's just not what Rust is, and I don't enjoy them myself. I know there are some servers out there that are being successful with it.
A year and a half ago,
I don't love it.
A year and a half ago, there was a point when one grids and Amino's one grid actually got featured by Brit. Low-key plug there. But anyways, there was a time when one grids were huge, but the one grid philosophy changed. Nowadays, it seems to be like there's one grid you can build, but there's 8 grids you can actually like explore. The original one grid was one grid, and that was just chaos.
Yeah.
And yeah, to me, it's like those are novelty servers that some people are going to enjoy, but again, like you're such a niche at that point that your ceiling
you're
is
narrowing
so
it
high.
down. Exactly. Yeah. You're
Every-
shutting yourself out to a certain player base.
And
this
goes back.
I don't mean this. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You finish yours.
I don't mean this literally, but consider this as the truth. Every plugin you add, you're narrowing the field of players that are going to be interested. That doesn't mean every plugin you add, because there's a lot of them that are sneaky, that are behind the scenes quality of life things that people appreciate. But every layer you are adding, you are narrowing the field of players that are going to hold their interest.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Amino.
All right. So this goes back to player retention rates that you were talking about. One grids are more like in the mind of people right now, and it's just because of the PvP factor. Russ is moving to that straight PvP scene. But the thing is, Monkey was talking about peaks. You're gonna have your peaks, but you're not gonna keep your attention. You're gonna constantly have new people filtering in and out, but that's not really what you want. You want to keep people, because those people that you keep are gonna grow it and keep that growth. You're not gonna just peak and then drop, peak and then drop. You need something that people can stay on for a long time and enjoy. Now, there's definitely people out there that'll sit on those servers and will enjoy them, but there's more people that won't than will.
Yeah,
we had the top 10 EU modded one grid in all of Rust, and we've had a top 10 modded 10x in all of Rust. And in both situations, there's a peak, and it doesn't sustain. That's not because we failed it. It's not because we changed something or that we just whatever the case is. That's just because what ends up happening is the interest peaks, then those who stay those are the retention ones. That number is a third or a seventh or a tenth of what originally goes into there.
I had a one grid for a few weeks. I was managing it. That didn't go through, but anyways, I can tell you some tips on it.
Sure.
You wipe often, very often, 3 times a week. That's when your players are.
Wow, really?
Yeah, and so every wipe you get players, and if you're wiping once a week for your one grid, that drop is just too bad to continue. So you have to wipe and wipe and wipe.
Right.
And keep the pop high, and so yeah, I've went 80 pop into queues last month on a one grid, and it's people like it because there's PvP.
Yeah.
A 3,500 map with 200 people feels like a one grid with 60 people.
Right.
And so that's what you want. You don't want too many people though, because we never open slots above 80. If there's any more, just be chaos.
Too congested.
Not fun. Yeah.
Yeah, and you start getting a lot of client lag too, having all those constant moving entities very close to each other. It's another thing you got to think about.
Oh shit! Look who's here.
How's it going, Lone?
Hello,
Hey guys, how's it going?
Fantastic. How you doing?
Doing well, guys. Doing well.
So just to finish that thought on the 1x's, or sorry, the 1 grids.
Yeah.
And the wipe cycles. This is a key point. Another thing for your pen, pad, paper. So anybody who's listening, this is important. When it comes down to wipe schedules, you have to understand. People think that longer wipes mean people will stay longer. That's not right. If you start on day 1 and 30 players are on your server, and then that night 2 groups offline half the server. So the next day the peak is now 13, and then the third day the peak is now 10. You're only catering to that 10 players who are just going to keep raiding every person who tries to come and start on the server.
Exactly.
The concept of twice weekly wipes is that when somebody sees that a server has just wiped, if someone had a bad wipe on a different server, they might come to yours and start.
Right.
And you're flipping the cycle. So people think, well, no, let it stay longer so they can build more. Well, no. What ends up happening is that the few groups that are starting it will get too far ahead of everyone else.
Exactly.
They take the power cap of the server for the rest of the wipe.
That's right.
So it seems counterintuitive, but weekly wipes are a bad idea for a low population server because you want it to be refreshed as frequently as possible. And then the same problem happens when you get really popular. If you wind up with 150 to 200 players, you can't wipe once a week because that 150 players quickly turns to 70, which turns to 60. And if it stays at 60, they move on to somewhere else.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
have to wipe again to start the cycle over again.
Lone, a question for you right off the bat. How long does it take to get a map approved?
Sure, that's a great question. And it varies on maps. I would say on average, 2 to 3 days, give or take. With the exception of the last week or so, it's been quite a busy plate since I did take on a new opportunity. So I've had to delegate some tasks. So if you have a pending one right now and it's taking a little bit longer than usual, that's why. I'm not sure if you do or not, but generally,
Peachy does, yeah.
24 to 48 hours.
Do you guys have do you manually go in and inspect the map, and what are the quality controls here that people are waiting for?
Yeah, so generally with map reviewing, the first step is just opening up the map in either the Unity editor or Rust Edit, typically Rust Edit, and just to do an overall check just to see if it looks good, basically. And then furthermore, if anything looks too much of anything, I always say is bad. So if something looks too much, like if there's an area that has 1,000 fireplaces and 10,000 prefabs in a small area, it's obviously going to be a hot spot for some performance dips. So just general quality, performance, player balance is another one that goes into it as well. You don't want to have players spawn on the beach right next to like launch site or military tunnels. You typically want to progress that a little bit, but every map is a little different, so it's hard to say.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So 2 or 3 days normally, but maybe a little bit longer this week.
Correct, yeah. I've just recently delegated off some tasks, so it's in the process now. If anything is pending, it's getting checked pretty much at the moment. So, yeah, it's
there
a great
you go,
question.
PT Viking. So if you have a map waiting for approval, it's coming soon.
Or you'll get a response soon. Either
Yeah,
way.
I guess maybe it might get declined.
Feedback. I would say most maps submitted usually get some feedback before publication. So like, hey, this is great. We have XYZ to maybe address, and then after that, it's all in the clear. But yeah, I don't want to change the subject at all. But yeah, that was a great question. But yeah,
it's on topic. We were talking mostly about like event style servers and specifically custom maps because I don't know if you've been here or caught the beginning part of the stream. The starting subject is both, what's changed in the player base in the last couple of months, how we're seeing a lot of the older players start to phase out and these new gen players coming in looking for quicker satisfaction, and a lot of that comes down to the rise of Koth and Maze and event style servers, and how to try to keep things fresh while coming up with new ideas. Custom maps is where we kind of came into it, and yeah, there's tremendous assets on your site as well. I mean, we all know and most of us have been using it.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's all about just being unique, and you had some excellent points, and a lot of those points I even fall into myself because I run a heavily modded server as well, and we initially started off in the one grid scene, which my point would be starting off in the one grid scene would be an excellent way to start hosting a custom map or modded server in general, because it's a good small way to start, and you can always debrand that as long as you don't have like, you know, David's onegrid10x.com or something. You know, if you have a general brand, it's great to start off with a one grid map, and then you can progress up from there. So it's like a good starting point,
right,
to get some loyal player base.
One thing
Actually,
I
a really
might
valid
add,
point.
You could do small server as well, and then medium, and then large, and you can work off similar to that. And you'll see players searching the Rust server list for small servers and small maps, basically.
Right.
So like back in the day, without getting too far into it, we would use, and say we, like WrestMania and a few others that we were working on, we used a lot of the assets that Lone had for sale. And I think the biggest thing is that, okay, you're giving a prefab, and a prefab is essentially a construct that you could paste with Rust Edit or into a custom map as you wish or as you please. But the fun part about it was, okay, well, how can I utilize this to make this feature feel unique? So it's not just, for example, a merged outpost just sitting there. You can add other assets. So maybe you could put in a casino house, or maybe you can add this or that. And you're creating an immersion for the player, but how do you create that as part of your brand? So there's got to be a carryover, a brand theme of this or that. So, like, again, I'm not saying that people need to stick to one thing and be there forever. And this is where I said before, like, be brave enough to understand that if it doesn't work, it's fine. Try something new.
Adapt and change.
But, like, you know, for example, you could take something like where we're going earlier, like, so let's just say, for example, you don't have the money for it, and you don't have the ability to put in those assets. You can grind it out with Fortify. You can build unique constructs with copy and paste them in. So, like, I was showing, there's Dust 2 from CS:GO. There's like the full recreation of the map. You can, I mean, if you want to be low budget and low key, create an event where you just paste it on, you know, in the water or something like that. Teleport a couple of players who want a 1v1 or something like that, or 2v2 or team scrim. And you can it's kind of sketchy. It's not the best performance, but at the same time, it's not impossible. You can make your own maze. You can try different things, and there's ways to get creative to teach you the ropes to then give you better ideas. And that's where people get afraid at times. It's like, okay, well, I can't do this, so I'm going to outsource it. It's like, well, yeah. If you take a few minutes, it starts with these simple ideas that turn into scale. And
that's one of you're bringing up an interesting topic, and it kind of encompasses under a lot of my responses to a lot of people. They come to the Discord, or they come to the community or whatever, and they just want us to do it for them.
They want results now.
Yeah, they want results right now, exactly. And and that's all well and good, but what if you run into a problem after and you don't have this support anymore, and you haven't learned the failures, the pitfalls, the things that don't work? What if you haven't learned those things along the way, and then you just end up repeating the process, which is what feeds into what Monkey was talking about with fatigue. You just get tired of failing. Whereas if you learned right from the very beginning, try this, try this, try this, then you know not to make those mistakes again.
So a perfect example, I'm going to hand this to you, Amino. How many times did we rebuild, and how many hours did you put into making our first lobby?
Good question. I don't even know. A lot.
Hundreds of hours, dozens of revisions, and like this is way back when we were making a Battlefield / event server, and we had made a lobby because, like, at the time, like, there weren't many people selling prefab lobbies. I don't think there was ever any at the time. So it's either hire a team or take a stab at it. And Amino and I are never really afraid about trying to take a stab of it. But I think it was like 4 months, hundreds and hundreds of hours, and you got guys that come in like, hey, Lowen, I spent 20 minutes on Rust Edit. Why can't I make a nice map? Like, you're gonna have to learn. So like, I remember
it takes a lot longer than that.
We were trying to make a spiral staircase, and this is before Rust had spiral staircases.
Oh my gosh. I know that. I've made one, and that is a struggle.
So we tried to make 2 spiral staircases that came to like a a veranda that looked over the actual thing because we're like, this would look so cool. And like every brick, one by one, stretching it, placing it, clipping it, putting another wall so it didn't just look janky. And then
But hey, that's
trying
the
it
difference
out.
of being, it's you got to be innovative. So when you do something new and you're trying new things, you're one step ahead of everybody else. If you're doing something that everybody else is already doing, you're behind, to say the least. And yeah, and another thing I want to point out is, obviously, like I run the site, but I don't ever give anybody the impression that if you purchase something, you're going to be given population. It's nothing like, it's like buying a new pair of shoes and expecting to run faster.
Yeah.
You have to practice, you have to learn, you have to adapt, you have to evolve. It's a premium product doesn't mean you're going to get population with it, to say the least.
You're not buying results.
And
you're
at the
buying
same time,
the opportunity.
Yeah.
Like
Work for the
anything else,
results.
and like anything else in life, you will reap the effort that you put in. So if your idea is, I'm going to buy a prefab 1 grid and throw a prefab monument on there, insert 6 or 7 plugins, like if you take 2 hours to put something together, the chances are you're not going to get the success you're looking for. That doesn't mean that you have to grind your 10,000 hours of being an admin and putting something together before you have your first success story. Like that's not necessarily true.
Right.
But if you put the time in before, like sometimes it's better to have as close to what you think is a finished product to put out rather than starting with something you scratched together and then try to make the changes down the road. Because if people have already given it a
100%.
shot, like your first impression is key. So again, if the first impression fell flat, don't be afraid to just, okay, this didn't work. We're going to start this all over again, change the name, whatever the case is. Like keep trying until it's like, okay, this looks polished. I know I have more work to put into it, but this is playable. It's got something unique, and it looks good.
Yeah. Question from Shady. What sort of ways do you think help players find you? Are there any good tricks like custom map names to land in the search results? What do you guys think?
Monkey just said it. First impressions. I think that is the biggest thing. It's if you hit somebody with the, I don't know if there's an actual term for this. I think I saw it on like a restaurant remodel show or something, but there's a psychological thing with food menus. If you have everything that you can possibly cook in your kitchen on a menu, you're overwhelming the viewer. If you have it to where it's just the most popular or what you think is going to be the most popular, you obviously have to collect some statistics, but if you hit somebody with a ton of user interface on their first join or a ton of stats and menus that they may have never seen before had they not ever played like a modded server, for instance, you're overwhelming the viewer. So you really want to make the user experience as smooth and transitional as possible.
If you have 100 plugins running, make it feel like there's 10.
I agree with that.
Optimize and set it up in such a way where they're invisible. Their quality of life, and I don't mean this literally, like they should not feel like they're a burden. There shouldn't be alert. I'm not saying there shouldn't, because again, there's a place for those kind of things.
Yeah.
But the balance is like Rust already has a hard enough learning curve. Don't add more and more and more layers to it, because again, like it's that first impression. And Amino actually, you said, Lone, the exact same wording that Amino did. There's a psychological thing. For him, it's branding, colors, fonts, displays, and the menus, the way they look. So for us, like when we were branding Rustmania, the biggest thing was, okay, it has a certain taste. You know, Nike font, you know, Adidas font, you know, insert name brand. There's a branding, there's a font type, there's a style that you're creating, and at the same time, the server has to embody that feature. If everything is clean and bright colored, don't have 18 pages of menus and UIs you have to go through before you can start playing.
Right.
And like
I've seen people do that.
Yeah. I hopped onto a server that was supposed to be PvP, but had a 40 minutes anti-raid noob thing, so I couldn't raid and they couldn't raid me for 40 minutes. But they also can't kill me, but I can't kill them. But I don't understand what's going on. Like part of what I do is give people feedback and try servers. Like I have played some janky stuff.
Absolutely.
And one thing I've noticed is commands. Players will not know your commands, and you want to keep everything off of your commands. Keep it simple. Like,
native feeling.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean. Make 100 plugins feel like 10 or 20. So you've got your standard commands per se, and again, this is a slippery slope because before My Mini, when everyone expected it, it didn't exist. So like, there is a point where you know, there's nothing wrong with introducing a new concept, but don't the layers upon layers. We were talking about this earlier about PvE servers, and you know, I respect them for what they are. They have deeply dedicated player bases when they stick, but the problem winds up being is that in order to keep them to stay and be entertained, you're creating more and more plugins and content for them to play, but then that learning curve gets bigger. So the guy who's invested 6 months learning all 100 commands and how like J-pipes works with this loot sorter, and then if you use this furnace, it moves it to this and turns it into these boxes, and you can stack your boxes, but only if you have this plugin. It just becomes a slippery slope of like, okay, like, is this the game anymore?
Well,
it's a game within the game.
I think the thought that you didn't quite round out there is that the guy that's been there for 6 months is going to know all of that stuff, but the guy that first comes in that day, they don't know anything.
Is it too modded for the new players? That's what you need to...
Another thing I would recommend, if you can do this without battle metrics. I swear up and down by battle metrics, is triggers, especially for custom servers, like vastly custom with even custom maps. For instance, on the custom maps that we have custom monuments with unique locations for green cards and stuff like that. So it's not going to be like a tutorial they can look up of, hey, how do you get a green card at launch site type of thing. So our server's so different in the fact that they're commonly asking these questions in global chat. I recommend logging those questions, and you can turn those into a trigger. So basically like a chat AI. So like, where do I find a green card? I would show you this, but it basically, I have a trigger that searches for the main word is green, and then a sub regex, which is searching for how or what or where, followed by a question mark. So if a global chat message says green card, how, what, or where, it's going to automatically respond, hey, green cards are available at these monuments. You can find them here. So
what Lone's talking about there is a really, really advanced version of the I just had it in my head.
Smart chat reply
Smart chat bot. Thank you. That's the one. I've done a video on it in the past, and I'm planning on doing a video. Actually, I'll ask him now. Lone, I'd like to do a video with you on Battlemetrics, because I think
let's do it.
Yeah, because like there's a huge Battlemetrics is a huge tool, and like people just use it most of the time for ranking, and man, there is so much more to Battlemetrics, and I don't think enough people know about it. So we're gonna get together on that.
Yeah, there's for sure. It's like an onion. There's layers to Battlemetrics.
Absolutely.
But no,
that are only unlocked after you pay.
Itself.
It does, absolutely.
But with regards to that as well, again, try to I'm simplifying it for the layman's in terms of people who don't have the time to invest in that. Those features that you add, tell your players as well. You can use auto broadcast to, you know, put in tips. So say like, hey, don't forget you can craft multiplier, use CM or something like that.
Yeah.
Instead of a menu, just have these things that come up on the chat every once in a while to at least guide players if it's a commonly asked question, if you can't set these things up for whatever reason.
That doesn't mean put all of your commands in advert messages, though.
No, because then you're gonna be spamming them. Like if you've come up with something new, for example, and you're adding a new feature, rather than just have blasting it in Discord all the time, whatever the case is, you can add small things like this. So I recently was working on a server that was having performance issues. So I was playing on said server. I talked to the owner and I said, okay, well, I noticed you're having these issues, and I already know why you're having these issues. You have an overload of plugins trying to do too many things, and they're conflicting. And I can feel it, I can see it. That's with experience. Now, the concern was it was a server finding success. It had steady players. It was hitting 100 and so players per night. People were having fun on it, but everyone complained. Bad lag, bad this. Keeping from 146 plugins. I'm not even joking. 146, I trimmed it down to 86. 50 plugins, gone. And not a soul realized any of them were gone. It didn't change or affect the playstyle. And part of that is, again, taking the time to really understand, why am I using this plugin?
Yeah.
Is it necessary? Is this actually getting utilized? Is it a novelty? Like
Like some of
Some
the
of-
admin ones where you can spawn in like wings on you and
Exactly.
stuff like
Or
that.
like,
yeah.
or like trail, like you can get somebody that makes a glowing trail or something like again, these are things where like there's novelties, but at the same time there's things that duplicate each convar. So I made this mistake. It was actually the very first question I ever had on SRTBULL's Discord many years back. 2 plugins doing the same thing, and I didn't realize it. I had an issue where people were crashing my server by spam crafting stuff. It would drop on the floor, or they'd craft enough and just keep dropping it, where the entity counts would go up and it would just halt the server. So I was using crafting controller as my... This is before there was instant craft. I used crafting controller to set my rules to how things crafted, and then I used craft spam blocker to stop stuff from hitting the ground. So the 2 of them I was using. Big mistake. I learned this by accident. So what was happening was that if you wind up spamming, let's say C4, and you had your full inventory full, craft spam blocker would ping you with the message saying you don't have the inventory space. It's been refunded back to your inventory. Well, it was refunding the resources, but
still
crafting controller
crafting it.
was crafting the C4.
Yeah.
So people were just sitting there getting the resources back and just getting an unlimited supply of whatever the hell they wanted.
That's a good segue of the more you add, the more variables for bugs that you open up to.
Yeah.
And the more you have to maintain.
Yes.
Plug-in conflicts
so on.
and stuff like that.
Because 2, 3, 4, 5 plugins can have one command or one sentence structure
Feature.
which is doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Which is if X equals Y, then whatever the action is. So the 2 of them actually had the same line of code in this, like in the CS, that was telling it to refund it. So both were trying to refund them at the same time. You're redoubling the inventory while also getting the craft. So
Right.
it's
Villain Von
Dave.
Bad Guy says you guys should pick a server, join, and review. That is actually a concept that I used to do quite often, and I would love to start doing again.
Bull and I talked about that.
Yeah, not that long ago. We used to go in and just play the server and not really critique it. And if I had something that I needed to say, of course, I would message the owner afterwards and let them know this needs to be changed. But yeah, I absolutely would love to do that. And we're going to be, when we start doing that, we're going to be selecting servers out of my Discord. So if you're not promoting your server in there, you should be. And maybe you'll end up on a live stream and get your server critiqued, if that's something that you're looking for.
It'd be fun to try to get as like a server crash party where everyone who's watching or the Discord can kind of come together and play the server. So it would give people the opportunity to both get a temporary player boost, but also maybe teach people something about it too. They can play with us.
Stress test your server.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stress test, try things, figure out the critiques don't necessarily have to be bad, but at the same time, they give you insight into what we see, how we experience the server. I think it'd be an interesting way to kind of educate both the existing servers, but as well give you some of that short-term insight.
Before
Having
we're
different
gone,
eyes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, David. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, before we're gone too far away from plugins, when you're going through your list and you see some plugins, 9 out of 10 of the times there's gonna be 2 plugins doing 2 different things that can be done by 1 plugin, and it's just extra plugins, and you don't want extra.
Well, that's what I was saying before. It's like we trimmed the fat from 146 plugins or whatever it was down, like 100 down to 86, and like by ridding over 60 plugins, nobody could feel or nobody would notice that there was a difference in the server because the stuff that people were using that made it popular still remained, and at the same time the functionality of the server was unchanged, and that's because you have a lot of redundancies. There's a lot of things that do partially the same thing or 2 things equal whatever.
Right.
Exactly.
You can trim the fat, and that's one thing where it's like, in part of optimizing, that's the key word here, I guess, optimizing your server, you have to kind of consider, okay, has this gone too far? Have I spent too long, or, just adding plugins? What are people actually using? If you added a feature, let's just say Bradley Guards as an event, which I actually think is a fantastic, relatively low utilization plugin. So people take out the Bradley, the Chinook comes in, drops down, and then guards come out. You can set it up with kits, they can come up with the spawn. It's an easy, free event you can set up, and it doesn't take a lot of resources. But later on down the line, it no longer becomes fun for players because they want to contest for the PvP. They don't want the added thing coming in. It's no longer a fun thing for them. At what point do you remove it? Or what point do you revise it? Or is it even beneficial for you anymore? If no one's taking Bradley anymore, get rid of it.
Yeah, exactly.
You can even dial it back as well. So if you're wanting to fade out a feature in your server, dial it back slowly.
Yeah.
So it almost seamlessly starts to disappear.
Yeah, that's good
advice,
actually.
If you have
Yeah,
like 10
also-
spawns, drop it down back.
Yeah, for sure. I would also recommend periodically looking through, for instance, corrosionhour.com. They have an admin list section. I would honestly go through every single one of those and see what options that maybe you haven't configured on your server by default, because more than likely you may be running a plugin that you don't need because there's already a native feature for it.
So this was a secret topic me and Bull were talking about, and I said we have to get into this. Most people don't realize that Amino is a big advocate for this too. I actually remember 2 streams ago he he tongue-in-cheek said plugins suck, don't use any plugins. What he was trying to say sarcastically is a lot of the times you can get away with setting a lot of your config on your server.c the server.cfg folder. You can set things like not just like the way things respawn, the amount of entity limits you have. You can set the time intervals when things happen. You can set so many things on your server config file. It is the next level step to optimizing your server and removing as many plugins as possible.
Yeah.
You don't need to rely on something that's going to ping your server and execute a command every X seconds when you can get away with switching it on. You can turn off your AI with one line.
For those of you that aren't noticing it, this is a pro tip from servers that are incredibly successful. There are servers out there that you've been on, that you've played on, that are utilizing the features that Monkey is just talking about and not using a plugin, because in a lot of these cases, it's just a plugin that you've added to your server that's doing this functionality. So this is a pro tip. This is coming from the heads of the game.
And at the same time, take your time to go through that list, because you'll find that there's features, and again, ask questions. Hey, this looks like it does this. Is this what it does? I ran into an issue where I was trying to figure out if I could independently change the decay rates of certain specific things. If you can only see how often the command was used. Well, you should have a general idea.
I put that on there because Lone's gonna know. Can you use battlemetrics triggers to find out how often something is being triggered? A command is being used.
More than likely, that's actually a really good question. I don't log commands specifically. I know a lot of plugins, I would assume Battlemetric would be able to pick it up since it's connecting via Archon, but I do know a lot of plugins, whenever you execute a command, it removes it from the chat, so you don't even see, the little unknown command thing.
I don't believe it does. I really don't. That being
Tracking
said, Eric,
commands.
This is where I always tell people, don't distance yourself from the server, because realistically, you can get great feedback from your players just by watching their habits and also by talking to them specifically. What are you using? Ask and engage with your players. What feature do you find isn't useful? What do you think needs to be changed? What do you want to add? Don't necessarily take all advice as being what you need to do, because if you added everything that everyone wanted, you'll very quickly be in a mess. But at the same time,
never pick a favorite player, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And at the same time,
do what you want to build and what you think is going to do well. Don't cater to a group or a person on your server. Just because they play on it does not mean they mean the best interest in terms of long-term growth.
Yeah.
You build it how you want it and what you see different as far as the population retention.
But at the same time, it's a precarious balance, because we're alone. I agree with you 100% alone, but at the same time, let's put it like this. There's something called social engineering. So I'm not saying ignore your suggestions page. Put them up and listen to them. But that doesn't mean you have to take it to heart and change everything. Amino made a big move a number of months ago, where we realized we were having performance issues, that we had scaled up, we had bought the best edit that we could at the time, we were trying these things, and the reality was the minis, the thing that made us the thing that made the server successful, was the thing that was holding us the furthest back in terms of performance. Because when everyone was spawning these minis and crashing these minis and changing stuff, we tried everything to optimize it. The reality was we had to pull back. We had to start taking away the timers from 2 minutes to 15. And people were like, oh, this server's going to suck. We're never going to play it again. This is the only reason why we played it. And
I actually remember when that conversation was happening.
Guess what happened?
The
People
opposite
stayed.
of what they said.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
The player increased because the performance was better, because then it could handle more, and then people weren't complaining about the lag as much. So, like, yes, you're going to make decisions that are unpopular at the moment. Is there a command that disables player hot or cold temps? Well, you can, yes.
So they're asking about not using. I know there's a plugin that does this. Is there a built-in way of doing it?
Yes and no. So you can disable rads through CFG. You can't do cold or hot because I believe that's Lone would probably know better than I do, but that is based on the fact of the map structure. You are creating zones or climates, and as you enter them, that's different than disabling it.
I did look at
they're tied to the biomes themselves.
Yeah.
So you can technically make a custom map that has the biomes disabled, or to make them just like all tundra. However, the landscape changes. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, the visuals will change. There's also a very subtle thing that happens on your screen whenever you go into, like, let's say an arid environment like the desert versus a Arctic biome in the snow. Your screen, your screen becomes more warm, more orange versus more cold. I don't believe there is a native command. However, in addition to Corrosion Hour's website, which has a lot of like a static list that is updated periodically, I don't know how often. If you're ever unsure about a command, you can always type find space keyword or SV, which is server space find space keyword. So if you ever want to find a command, let's say for
this is in F1
population
console he's talking about, or server console.
In server console or F1 console, if you're looking for a server command, not a client command, make sure it's followed by SV, that's Sierra Victor, space find space keyword. So let's say if you wanted to find any and every command about players or population, you do SV space find space players, and it'll say, max players, player population, whatever all the options will be listed. That's like a little feature that's already built into the game that you can search every command just off of
that
keywords.
Not many people know about. And side note, I only just learned about the find command maybe 3 months ago.
Well,
so it's very helpful.
Absolutely.
I just learned about that command right now. Didn't know it was
there you go.
But again, these conversations.
So we have chats like these.
Exactly. There's conversations, and this is the whole point of the networking and doing this as a community. Like, we're all learning off each other and innovating from it. So server.cfg, anybody who can open up their file right now, and just for poops and giggles, if you can pop open yours there, Bull.
Yep.
I will go over some of the things that are on mine as an example and explain in very, very short detail what they do. And this is going to be very straightforward. So
I almost don't want to show you mine. In fact, I don't want to show you mine at all. I'm going to, but
it's got 3 things, doesn't it? No, there you go.
2.
So this is exactly what most people's look like. Now, can you show how, like, where it is under the server Rust CFG, how you navigate to it? So most panel, everyone who's watching this, or if we can thumbnail this, it's not thumbnail, but like put a marker on this video for some people.
Yeah.
When you go to your server on whatever host you're using, you're going to go to Rust. And here under CFG, you're going to see the users. So this is where, like, if you set yourself as a moderator or as an owner, it saves into that CFG. And some of your server information goes into there as well. So go back out and go to your server.cfg. This is the native config as it goes in. And most plugins that you're using is modifying these structures into it, but they're using an execute either every timed period or at server launch. You can.
And not showing it here.
Yeah. You can set this onto there. So on my config, I include AI managers, anti-hack systems, fly hack protections, at what variables, how long the Bradley delay is for when they respawn, how long it takes for hackable crates to reload, how long it takes for items to despawn, populations of animals, populations of minicopters, horses, whatever the case is, available tick rates. You'll see it sometimes at some servers, players will get kicked out due to player tick. You can modify the value of what's acceptable before it kicks.
Right.
Update times, batch spawns, max packets. The tick rate is decay rate. So ticking is, Lone could probably explain it better than I can. I can just do it in simple terms, which is how many seconds pass. It's how many seconds pass in a minute. So if your decay rate server time runs at the scale, so every hour in real world, let's just say is 1 day in Rust time, you can scale the speed of it so that every 10 minutes is 1 day in Rust, but also keep it day cycles longer. So you're adjusting it. So the decay rate can be increased. You don't need plugins to do that. You could choose the decay duration for each tier item: wood, stone, metal, high qual. You can do your upkeep period, the duration for how long it lasts, the scale at which it changes. Everything's native ones as an example. You can reduce it to make things last longer. You can increase it for things to decay faster. Radiation, all the heal scale.
Before you go on past that, I believe when you do it this method, talking about decay rate and upkeep and stuff like that, it will actually reflect correctly in your TC.
Yes.
Yes.
Whereas if you do it with a plugin, it definitely used to not reflect correctly.
That's because that's because your tick rate doesn't match what you're telling the plugin to do.
Right.
So again, tick rate is the best way to put it is real time in Rust. So when you're in the game, the rate of time is actually passing. So if you actually saw a world clock on vanilla Rust, it would move. Let's just say if it's an hour, you'll have a half-hour cycle of night and a half-hour cycle of day. That's a full day, and that takes an hour. So every 1 minute is X period of time, etc. The tick rates, you can go negative value to slow down time or positive value to increase time. The player doesn't see the sky spinning faster, but the time at which that technical clock is going is speeding up, and that is all decay really is the tick rate that the server is trying to count. You can change all of these things in your server.cfg and eliminate 15 or 20 plugins just like that.
Yep.
I do have a few small, maybe unknown commands that I've mentioned before in a previous blog and even a couple more after that. And these are just to hint everybody who's watching that there's a lot more than even what Moinky went over, or what I'll even go over as well. But for instance, one example being whenever you're gambling at the betting wheel, you know how it refreshes every 30, 45 seconds? You can modify that. You can make it 15 seconds. That reduces the amount of time that a player has to wait and have dead time on your server. You can make it to where snowmobiles can drive fast on every terrain, not just snow. You can increase at which the percentage of somebody gets self-revived if they're downed. So that's one kind of hack that I've done that I feel like increases the player morale on my server, is because, oh, I got self-revived. That's one positive experience.
Like a W. Yeah, I got back up.
Yeah, so I think default I want to say is 20%, and I basically just doubled that. So if, there's two different ones. There's wounded recovery chance and there's incapacitated recover chance.
Yeah.
I basically just doubled whatever the default was. So that way it's twice as often as what it normally would be. So just to intro you into a few commands that
and
like
corrosion
an
hour,
endless
every
possibility.
life is updated. And that's what I mean. Like, go through these lists, familiarize yourself with them, and see them.
The way of doing it.
Yes and no. So you can disable rads through CFG. You can't do cold or hot because I believe that's Lone would probably know better than I do, but that is based on the fact of the map structure. You are creating zones or climates, and as you enter them, that's different than disabling it.
I did look at
they're
the
tied
list
to the
for...
biomes themselves.
Yeah.
So you can technically make a custom map that has the biomes disabled, or to make them just like all tundra. However, the landscape changes. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, the visuals will change. There's also a very subtle thing that happens on your screen whenever you go into, like, let's say an arid environment like the desert versus a Arctic biome in the snow. Your screen, your screen becomes more warm, more orange versus more cold.
Yep.
I don't believe there is a native command. However, in addition to Corrosion Hour's website, which has a lot of like a static list that is updated periodically, I don't know how often. If you're ever unsure about a command, you can always type find space keyword, or SV, which is server space find space keyword. So if you ever want to find a command, let's say for
This is in F1
population.
console he's talking about, or
Correct.
server console.
In server console or F1 console, if you're looking for a server command, not a client command, make sure it's followed by SV, that's Sierra Victor, space find space keyword. So let's say if you wanted to find any and every command about players or population, you do SV space find space players, and it'll say, max players, player population, whatever all the options will be listed. That's like a little feature that's already built into the game that you can search every command just off of
That
keywords.
not many people know about. And side note, I only just learned about the find command maybe 3 months ago.
Well,
Yeah,
So-
it's very helpful.
Absolutely.
I just learned about that command right now. Didn't know it was
Yeah,
There
me
you go.
too.
But again, these conversations.
That's why we have chats like
and-
these.
Exactly. There's conversations, and this is the whole point of networking and doing this as a community. Like, we're all learning off each other and innovating from it. So, server.cfg, anybody who can open up their file right now, and just for poops and giggles, if you can pop open yours there, Bull.
Yep.
I will go over some of the things that are on mine as an example, and explain in very, very short detail what they do. And this is going to be very straightforward.
Oh, and
So-
one real
I almost don't want to show you mine. In fact,
gonna
I don't want to show you mine at all. I'm going to, but
It's got 3 things, doesn't it? No, there you go.
2.
Oh,
So
Lord.
this is exactly what most people's look like. Now, can you show how, like, where it is under the server Rust CFG, how you navigate to it? So most panel, what everyone who's watching this, or if we can thumbnail it faster, and that's what I mean. Like, go through these lists, familiarize yourself with them, and see them, because again, this is where Amino preaches. Get rid of as many plugins as you can, because as you grow, performance is going to be more important than anything else. If you can't perform at the player demand, so let's just say you hit 60 at peak, but the server just stutters and lags and it crashes at 70. Well, you could
You're
throw
never
more
gonna
money.
grow.
Yeah, you could throw more money at the problem, scale up your Dedi or something like that, but you're still going to hit a cap, a theoretical cap. That's thanks to Unity and its own engine. Like, there's a lot of reasons why that's an issue. But every time a plugin has to talk to your server, that's latency. That's a delay. There's something being triggered and commanded. Another one, Fantastic Amino. Thank you so much. Your Discord tool is fantastic because it eliminates 5 plugins that have to communicate between your server to a Discord
No, it
every
was
time.
actually more than that. Amina, what
At
was our
minimum.
count that night?
At
I think we
minimum
got up to
five.
9 or 11.
Yeah, it was like it was something pretty high. It's
It was a
about to be
lot.
In the next few days, it's about to be about 3 or 4 more.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go.
So we see the question, the how to eliminate some of your plugins. I have talked to Bull about this. We do plan at some point to work it out. The reality is, like, this stream's been going on for 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
That stream can go on for like 10 hours.
Oh man,
We
we
have-
could talk forever.
We have to get you comfortable with using Corrosion Hour for 1, and 2, understanding the basics of what those things do. Because technically you can play with all of them, but some of that has to kind of be on your side.
Yes, we've seen that, Lone.
With advertisements.
Sorry, I just
Yep.
it's a little cold.
Nothing wrong with that, man. It's a nice hoodie.
Just a little cold.
At first, I thought you were flexing there.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I have one of those.
I don't.
This is actually the first time I've put it on because it's
It's very
about
black.
340 degrees. Yeah, so it's
Show us
actually
the back.
surprisingly
The back
soft.
is the nicest part of it.
Yeah,
let's see
stand
that.
up.
Let's see
Let's
I got
see this.
a wire headset, so forgive me.
That. Woo!
There you go.
Flex. That's a flex right there. It's nice though.
There you go.
Yeah, that's nice.
So
the point
Lone,
being-
Lone put in
Awkward one,
chat
yeah.
there a bunch of these different commands you guys should check out and definitely play around with that and see what. Bimmers put some in there too. So make sure you guys grab these out of the chat because you can play around with these commands in your server and see what effect it's going to have. And most of the time, it's going to be a positive one.
And that's the thing. For the most part, the general rule of thumb is that negative scale is to slow down, and positive scale is to speed up. And populations going to 0 eliminates them. So, like, realistically, who's harvesting chickens on a 10x?
Yeah.
So why are they spawning?
That's just target practice for me.
But again, I can understand in the vanilla, a man's got to eat. But when you can hit one food barrel and get 50 apples and whatever, 80 cans of beans, you're not going to go farm the chicken. So that's where it's like, playing with these things, you'd be really surprised with, and I mean, we all learned something new from it. Without Googling it, or with Googling it, who knows the origin?
Without Googling it.
We said with, so...
I know. I Googled.
Everyone Google it.
Don't Google it.
The origin of the phrase rule of thumb. That's because in like the Victorian age, they would put like their thumb on people or something.
No. Oh, you just about had it.
I don't know.
Back in the day.
I feel like I've been told that.
Back in the day.
Back in Bull's day.
Yeah.
When he was a young lad.
Back when I was knee-high to a grasshopper, you were allowed to... how can I YouTube friendly this? You were allowed to do this action with a willow switch to your significant other legally, as long as the width of that willow switch wasn't wider than your thumb.
Yeah.
That is the rule of thumb.
So where does this tie into server administration?
It doesn't. You said rule of thumb, and I was like, every time somebody says rule of thumb, I always think of that.
Yep. But okay. Fuck.
Now that we're entirely as far sidetracked as sidetrack can get.
Totally sidetracked.
Another command. I did drop another command. I guess this is kind of maybe the last one that, before maybe changing to a different subject, as we could endlessly go on this, is decay.upkeep_grief protection. What as this one essentially does is once a TC is destroyed, how long it waits before decaying. So a lot of times, the biggest impact on performance, excluding some other variables, is mainly players' bases and how many entities are on the map that are being loaded on the client's end. A lot of those can be reduced by setting this convar lower than what default is. I want to say default is 24 hours in minutes. I'm bad at math, but whatever that would be. I set mine to 0, so basically the moment a TC is destroyed, it's going to start slowly decaying, and it helps. It helps reduce the entities.
However, catch-22, there is a plugin, auth. It's something to do with not TC auth, but it's some sort of shared system where in that plugin, it also has a decay scale for when the TC's been taken over or destroyed. So this is where plugins can sometimes overwrite what you're trying to set up, and you have to pay attention to those things. This is where I'm just telling for people in general. Like, there are plugins that have these functionalities built into them. They're commonly used. Just be on the lookout for duplicates, because if you set one thing...
And now you're introducing a conflict right there.
Yeah.
Something's not going to work the way that you're intending it, so you got to be cognizant of stuff like that.
It is a major TC auth plugin. I forget the name of it.
I think it's Dynamic Cup Share.
Is it Dynamic?
That's the one.
Yeah,
it is.
Let's say it.
Yeah, Dynamic.
It's like the famous Chaos Code plugin. I feel like every modded server owner is going to own. I think I've had it since like 2017.
Oh, I've had it forever.
Yeah, and at the same time, like in that one right there, it's part of the config is that once the TC's been either destroyed or taken over, how long do the resources get taken to upkeep it? So even though you have your decay rate to start immediately, it technically consumes a portion of it and puts up like a virtual TC to continue upkeep for a period of time. So if your intent is to have automatic decay once the TC's gone, make sure you go into your that config there and make the changes appropriate.
Another feature that falls into this category, speaking of Dynamic Cup Share, is the no twig build feature. There is a feature inside Dynamic Cup Share that prevents you from building twig onto bases that nobody ever knows about, and it chases that. Why can't I build twig, or why can't I put ladders on somebody else's base? And it's Dynamic Cup Share that does that, and it doesn't advertise that anywhere. You actually have to go look for it.
I remember when they added the ability where you could place ladders on bases without authorization and place twig floors on bases without authorization.
Yeah.
A lot of server... This is where you got to be careful, because whenever you revert a face punch patch, you're inevitably going to be changing a core feature of the game, and it can hurt over time. It might not at first. Like, for instance, there were a few servers that tried to pop up featuring the old recoil. Don't advise that. I don't advise featuring outdated face punch features. They change everything for a lot of big brains go into the changes that they do. So understand that they're not just half-ass pushing a commit, for instance.
That's right.
And that's the thing. Like I'm the kind of guy that is like, how can I say this? I enjoy playing Rust. I'm one of the few remaining admin / owners who still likes to play. Like I still generally play 20, 30 hours, not every week, but I will try to play on the weekends. And I have my clan that I've been playing with for 2 or 3 years. I still play a lot. It sucked. It hurt having 2,000 hours of practicing and getting to the point where you're good at what you do, and for it to just flip on its head. But there's, like he said, there's big brains on it. There's a lot of reason for it. How's she gone, Razor?
Razor's not here.
Nope, he's not.
Sure.
Razor dropping the super chat at $5 just to let us know that he's actually not here.
But yeah, like the changes that are made, whether you want to agree with them or not, are being made for a good reason. We prefaced this whole conversation in the beginning of it was that like there is a shift in the player base. We are seeing less retention, so you're getting spikes of players, but then they're petering off to lower means or medians. So in that, we're talking about strategies to both improve your server as well as to keep things up to date and fresh. Going back to the way things were is not going to keep things fresh ever.
That's right.
True.
Yep.
Yeah,
I agree.
like they said early on, you go through your plugin list, see what you don't use. That's the biggest thing that is going to help your server, especially if you're on a lower end, like for instance, a lower end slot based or shared host machine. You don't want to load that with like 150 plugins. You want to reduce that. And myself alone, the last 3 months or so, I've been making a lot of battlemetrics triggers, and alone, those have reduced about 3 or 4 plugins that I was using to monitor or collect analytics of what players were saying or things that would respond based on their messages alone. So you can reduce what a lot of plugins just thinking more efficiently.
David dropping in with the 5. Is that a euro or is that a pound? I'm not
That's
sure.
a euro.
So €5 from across the pond. Thank you very much, David.
And 1 cent to beat Razor.
And 1 cent. Yeah. He's
no,
just
Razor
got a
wasn't
top
here.
Razor.
I don't know what you're talking about. He wasn't here.
Razor's
my
not
bad.
here.
Just because.
But yeah, I mean, like if you were to consider it in terms of the going back to creating new ideas for your players. Oh, so we talked about it earlier.
We did touch on this. Yep.
When we kind of first got into it, we were talking initially that at least my understanding of it, apparently it's not the same as everyone else's. The way I saw it on Shadowfrax's video is that the UI, you'll only be able, like certain things, you'll only be able to put 1 stack in, like the standard stone furnace, but when you go to the larger ones, you'll be able to add multiple stacks, but I still believe it's only burning 1 of those stacks at a time. I watched it again on stream here, and I still think...
No. I was speaking to Jacob, who owns Steam Cord, and his friend is doing the update, and he was saying, so there's the small furnaces, they're 3 tick rate, so 3 ore per tick, and so you've 1 stack in there, then 3 ore out of that stack will smelt. If you 3 stacks in there, 1 ore out of each of those stacks will smelt. And then with large furnaces, it's I think 10 tick, and then however many stacks you have in there, it will still be the same amount all the time. Putting in extra stacks won't change it. It will just make it won't make it slower, won't make it faster. That's about it.
Okay. Other quick.
What he's saying is go on staging and test it and supply feedback.
Yes, supply feedback. The speaking of it specifically, Furnace Splitter. Beware. Get rid of your data files, guys. The amount of time
Simple Splitter.
Simple Splitter, yep.
Yeah, the amount of time I see, like right now, I'm not going to call them out. I mean, 32 gigabytes.
What?
32 gigabytes just chilling there right now.
I cleared.
Amino, I'm right.
Data file?
I didn't purge the data file for like a year and a half, so I'm right.
You don't, because I look at the EU down to 10. Yours that I haven't touched, 32.4. I got
Data
20
file 32 gigabytes.
22 gigs of just redundant
That's the
shit
overall
sitting
machine.
there.
That's the overall machine. I can't even access the files.
How many map files are saved there, buddy?
I don't know. I can't access the files right now.
But anyways, get into the habit. All of you, at times, go through and get rid of redundant data files or duplicates. Some of these things, like, it might seem silly because you're like, I have all this hard drive space, but at the same time, eventually what ends up happening, you'll run into map errors where people can't load in, and you'll tell people, oh, just, erase the map file and download them again. But sometimes it's your side. You have duplicate files that create themselves, and Unity's not the smartest. It pulls the wrong information, and that's it. Now you gotta wipe 2 days into wipe because you've screwed something up.
And for every one issue that's reported, you can almost guarantee that there's been 10 other experiences.
Yeah.
Just a rough estimate, but for every one complaint, assume there's more people that have experienced it and just didn't bother and went to a different server.
So unfortunately, Villain Von Bad Guy, came in and tried to one-up David, and unfortunately, Razor came in at the exact same time and is asking, has anyone seen Razor? So
maybe
I haven't seen Razor. Have you guys? I don't know.
Seen Razor.
He's not here. I see Amino, David, Bull, Lone, no Razor.
And then Amino is wondering how to get me to read my DMs. And if you could see my console right now, you would understand why I'm a little bit slow on DMs.
That's funny.
Hey, if everyone paid me $2 to read my DMs.
for every DM you get $2.
Yeah, just
imagine.
Oh man, could you imagine?
I'm gonna open up my DMs to not only friends now.
Oh.
Do you have your DMs closed?
Yeah. I'm not a psychopath. I have to close them.
That makes me a psychopath.
No, well, okay, so you can close your DMs, but specify on certain Discords. So on certain Discords that are limited users, I will open those up gladly. On the official Rust Discord and a few of those big ones, I'm gonna disable those.
Yeah.
See, I'm not super I'm not saying I'm a private person, but I work privately, so my name's not out there. Like, I think I've been with Rustmania now for like 2 years, managing and like on the side low-key banning people, doing stuff like that. Nobody has a clue who I am. And I like it that way. Like,
of course.
That's very nice.
I help people.
Say banned by Amino every time.
Exactly. False banned by Amino. No notes.
Then I gotta deal with it. Don't do that.
But no, the concept is like I said, you've got to be able to communicate with and engage with your players. You have to be able to do that, but you also have to draw that line of like what is too much of your time, what is criticism you can accept, what are server suggestions that you should listen to, and specifically, like Lone said, by the time you've heard of an exploit, a lot of people have done it,
and they just haven't said anything. Yep.
If something's been broken, a lot of people noticed, and if you're already left or whatever. So by the time you hear, it's often too late, but that's where damage control and changes. Battle Rust with loadouts. The amount of time people will exploit loadouts, I don't know why. It's like there's so many ways that people learn how to exploit things. You just have to try to be ahead as best you can and positively reactive, and communicate. Because if you have an open communication with your players, they'll be more honest and open with you, hopefully.
I did mention earlier not to listen to suggestions. And you kind of clarified that, but I do want to preface that I didn't mean entirely shut off your players' suggestions. Just focus on a common base of questions or suggestions that players are asking. Don't cater to a single suggestion. So if people are constantly, if people are constantly asking, hey, how come there's teleport on the server but not /remove? And it's a common question. Like, okay, it might be worth. You're already collecting the demographics of modded server players that are used to TP and remove on the same server. You may as well add it because they're used to it.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly.
Rough example, but just listen to the
totally
masses,
makes sense.
not the singles.
Dictatorship
is the best way.
This is actually an interesting comment because it's I do it a little bit differently than what Lone's talking about. I do listen to my suggestions, But just because you suggest it doesn't mean that I'm going to actually do it. I'm going to take your concepts, and if it fits with, what I'm trying to do, then sure, I can hook you up. But I am the dictator of my servers, and what I say goes. It's my world. I built it. It's mine.
Here's a reality that most of you have already learned.
Sorry, hold that thought.
Yeah.
Battle Rust Gaming dropping in with the super chat, $20.
I'm not trying to roast you. I'm not trying to roast you.
All the shame. Putting everyone.
Has
to
anybody
shame.
seen Razor? I haven't seen Razor now.
I haven't seen
Where'd he
Razor.
go?
Like, what's he doing? Like, God. Anyway,
Slacking.
sorry. Go ahead with your thought, Monkey.
When it comes to when it comes to suggestions, I'm just trying to not drag it on too long. When it comes to the suggestions, stick to your identity. But although most of you have learned by now that Rust is a very toxic game, and most players are very selfish and are only making the suggestion because it'll benefit them. The question is does it benefit everyone without breaking a balance that you're trying to keep based on your identity?
Does it help your entire community?
Yeah. There's a reason why someone's usually asking it, and if there's a reason why you specifically omitted /remove from your server, there's a reason why you've omitted it.
I fall into that category.
Yep, and but at the same time, like there was a time where I was completely against it. Back when there was specific exploits where people would just like use stashes underneath foundations when you could do that.
Yep.
Like so, yeah, /remove became like okay, well, on a 2x server or a 5x server, guys are just hiding their loots in the walls, and the rate of being able to farm to blow the whole thing up because for some reason people haven't figured out how to foundation wipe. Anyways, the point is just that, like, there's reasons why you made your decisions. Stick to your guns sometimes. Be receptive, but don't necessarily keep it as in like, yep, bend over backwards. They want this. They want this weird event plugin because they said it needs to have commandos. Okay, here comes.
They don't
commandos.
get to tell you what to do.
Yeah, add 46 events. Like, come on. Like at some point you have to be like, okay, well. No.
David dropping in super chat with €5. How do you word that? €5 and 3 cents? Is it still cents?
No, pence is pounds. Pence is pounds. Pence, pounds, and sterling.
5.03 euros coming in from David. Wondering who the hell we're looking for.
I think it was Rizor.
Yeah, I think it was Rizor. Yeah. Something like that. Anyways, I'm going to shut the stream down here in a couple of minutes. Don't leave yet. I'm going to give you guys one last opportunity to ask questions of these very fine gentlemen that I currently have on the screen right now. It's not very often that you guys will all get this direct access to them, and they are the gentlemen of the community. So blow up the chat.
Let's
if
go.
You have questions. I was only planning on streaming for about an hour and a half, and that was about an hour and a half ago. So I'm glad the community is engaged. Clearly, everyone is enjoying having this access. So I hope you guys are coming back.
Every time.
Villain Von Bad Guy. Why is it that I can't say that name? Villain Von Bad Guy is asking the best place to advertise a server. My opinion on that is nowhere.
Your own server.
Your
own server's the best place.
You want to
your
be building your
players
own
are your
community.
best advertisement. Your players are your best advertisement.
My biggest
They're the
piece of
ones who
advice on this is do not spend any money on those websites that claim pay them $20 or $50 or $1,000.
100%.
Yeah, like don't waste your money on these places because they're lying.
Unless you're sending it to me.
The ROI isn't worth it, is what it comes down to. Like the return on, you will get players temporarily. You might get a small boost. So, I like to consider, this is just my experience. There are snowball moments. When you hit certain thresholds, you'll hit the next snowball of players that come in. But the ROI, like if you're going to drop several hundreds of dollars for 50 players, that's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Because if you're temporarily 50 and then drop down to 30, well, you're still not that next snowball. I always kind of look at it like this, like 75, 150, 300. Those are the what I like to call the snowballs. When you hit 75 players, suddenly you hit 150 fast.
Right.
And if you're able to maintain 150, you will scale up to 300 within short order. At least history tells me that. I'm not saying that it's like that for everybody, but those are the snowball moments where you will hit a certain momentum that can carry over. What's your experience there?
Before we go to the question that was just asked in chat, I do kind of... Oh, Razor.
We found Razor. Super chatted 505. We finally found Razor.
One thing I do want to suggest from my own personal experience is running a super custom server. I run a 3x custom map, the whole shebang. It's especially the VIP related people, they're not buying VIP on your server for skipped queue. Skip queue should be one of the last things that they should have to buy VIP on a modded server for, unless you're one of those god tier vital Restoria servers where you have to. But for everybody else, don't sell VIP on skip queue. Make it to where people have to wait less in queue. If you have a dynamic population changer, make that change as quickly as possible. Different from what Moinky mentioned, I have my server, so it's a little bit smaller map. It's a 2K size total, but we utilize all of the land mass, so there's no water on our server at all. It's based on Mars, for those who don't know. So it's, I would say, the equivalent to the size of about a 3,500 size map. Our base player cap is 50. That's really low, but 45 or 50 out of 50 looks a lot better than 50 out of 200.
Right.
And if there's one person in queue, it bumps 5 slots. So it'll go to 55, 60, 65, 70 with just one person in queue.
Anything public out there to do something like that, you know?
UMod, dynamic population changer.
We've been using it for years. So there's a guy there's a pop I asked. I started a modded server and it started lagging when player count went up. Suggestion. So you need to understand that based on whatever your budget is for the hardware that you're renting or using, it's going to have a limit based on your plugin count and endings. We talked about it earlier about optimization. Dynamic player pop makes a big deal. So if you know that at about 60 players you start having some real struggles, you can set your dynamic pop to display as Lone was describing there. You're at 39 out of 40 with one in queue. Well, now it'll pop you up to 45 players, and then 50. And you can set the hard cap to 60, because you know that at 65 to 70 players, you start struggling with
You don't have the mechanics to support it, yeah.
Exactly. Nothing looks worse than seeing, and I agree, and this is where dynamic pop helps. Like, if you show your server as 60 of 150, that's a half-dead server. Versus 65 out of 70 looks like an almost full server.
Right.
Right. So there was some cool Discord bot that done it.
You know, I think there is one.
Oh, here's Mino.
Where's your hoodie? Where's your hoodie, Amino?
Yeah, Amino.
Let's get back to the questions here. BMG Jet is asking, how do you stop map theft? That's a good question that a lot of people ask.
I defer to the experts.
Yeah, so I don't mind stepping in on this one. BMG Jet, I know why you're asking that. It's a fabulous question to ask. If you are interested in any map-specific Unity questions, BMG Jet is way up there. So if you want to protect your maps, there's multiple different ways of doing it. I'm not going to say anything's perfect, but especially the more custom map you go, integrate maybe a plugin with it. That way it's almost like a key to the throne or a key to the access. So let's say you're using monuments with certain assets that can't open or you can't walk through. Maybe have a plugin, just delete them on server start.
Right.
So that way you can't even go into monuments. Password protect your map in Rust Edit. There's a few other methods. If you happen to maybe BMG wouldn't mind if I said this, but if you happen to know BMG on Discord, maybe reach out to them. I don't want to go into detail, but might
that's
be
a good
worth
way of doing it.
One other thing you can do on Rust Edit is merge all of your prefabs into one, and that gives
that's another step.
That's interesting.
There's ways around the password as well as the prefab stuff. I won't publicly say it easily in a stream here, but there are ways of getting around some things. But the more hoops you add, the better it helps generally. So
Atomic Texan is asking, how do you know when it's time to dump your host and find a better one? I can touch on that one a little bit. The first thing is customer support. You're paying them for a service, and if you run into a problem and they can't, won't, or refuse to help you in any way, shape, or form, it's time to leave. When it comes to performance, which is the equipment that's behind your server, they're always going to there's always options to increase performance there, so that's not usually the go-to answer for me. But if they have a cap on performance and you're hitting that cap, then it's probably time to look for a new provider.
I have two requirements. First, downtime. If your server has downtime, it's a problem. If you are consistently having downtime, it's time to move on. Because if your server's not up, there's nobody there. And if your server crashes consistently, players get discouraged and stop trying to log on. You can have 50 players, you'll have a crash, 30 will come back. It crashes again, 10 come back. Crashes again, they say goodnight, move on to the next one. Second thing, it's something that, because we've scaled, grown, changed, whatever the case is, it's such an important tool. Find a host that allows you to hold onto your IP. Because the goal is growth. The budget isn't always going to reflect that at first. So if you're able to find a host and you find success, one of the hardest things to do is carry that momentum with a server change to a new host and losing your IP. If you're able to keep your IP, the players who have saved it on their favorites are able to still see it.
Find you again.
If you have 50 players and your server's struggling at that point and you can't pass that threshold, but more people are in queue and people want to play, you can invest into a better hardware. But the second you switch over, you're going to lose that IP. It's no longer in their favorites folder. They have to research you back in the lists. Battlemetrics drops you down all over again.
And they may not.
They might not, but still, they might not find you again. Or for whatever reason, let's just say you started in Dallas and you went to New York. Well, you are now losing a lot of the players who had you in visibility on the West Coast.
Yeah, exactly.
But those are, to me, the two signs are, if you're having downtime and you're not being able to scale any further, that's kind of when you're at the point where you should change.
Yep.
Network reliability as well. You want to be able to withhold from DDoS attacks. If you're getting DDoSed and it's actually like null routing your server or making your server offline, you're with the wrong host at the time. I think you might need to upgrade to a better host if you're with a lot of the cheaper options or something. There's tons of options.
But those are scale issues, I find, because I generally don't hear about too many like 20, 30 pop servers getting DDoSed. Generally.
Yeah, for sure.
But again, we said it way earlier, as you scale, problems scale.
Absolutely.
That's a good point. Good point for sure.
The reason why I didn't immediately go to reliability, of course, is because I'm with icehost.com, and if you're not, you should be. And so reliability hasn't really been a concern for me, so I just wanted to add that in there.
Tide asks, I switched from Linux to Windows and server load time is now 4 times longer, 12 minutes. Any ideas why? Same machine. Windows.
Yeah, your answer was in your question.
Yeah, Windows process and how it works is a lot more convoluted than Linux language. In terms
That's
of
still
server
long now.
Yeah. Server performance is not just going to be identified by which one you're actually using. They both have different benefits to each. Yeah, ups and downs to each. But again, did you set it up under Windows or is it a host provided Windows? Because depending on how they set up the actual Windows what's it called, the kernel, it can reflect it.
There's variables.
I would say that this is probably a VPS or maybe even a local host.
Popeye, I answered that one earlier.
There's definitely some sort of issue going on there. If you're taking 12 minutes, because even with Windows, it should.
I know a site too.
12 minutes.
I think it's
12 minutes seems like a really long time. If that's a hosted server, I would talk to them and find out what your equipment is on the back end.
So,
depending on what kind of server you run too, there's a lot of stuff you can disable.
That's true.
Like I said, we run a Mars server. We disable the cargo ship. We disable all the AI. We disable all the helis. We disable there's a lot of stuff you can disable if it fits within your server's scope. You know, you don't want to disable these things and then be like, have players wonder where cargo is. But that will drastically decrease the load time.
Hey, where's all the bears?
I'm confused with Jamie's question, but I mean, I was trying to say something.
Yeah,
Sure.
So there was a question a few minutes ago in chat, and it was Linux versus Windows, what's better? There's been a lot of controversy about it, but it's come to the point where it's definitely Windows. Now that last question, or the question before, I was talking about the load times on Windows. I don't think that's an actual thing you really need to think about, because it's very uncommon to have 12-minute load times. It's kind of weird. But no, Windows is definitely better. Linux is not as supported by Rust. You're going to have more crashes, you're going to have more physics errors, and your server's going to go down more because of Linux. You might have faster load times when you load up your server, but that's about it. You're risking more stuff.
It's not as stable.
He said he's on a 5950X. Load time should not be 12 minutes.
But again, that depends on the kernel. Like, are you using an enterprise version or are you using like a Windows Home Edition? Like, Home Edition is bloated with so much stuff that enterprise versions don't need. Or are you using a server Windows? Like, each kernel has very different functionality and way different usage. I'm assuming you're using, so it was the Debian host, set up both myself, all plugins.
Close all those Chrome tabs.
Yeah. But
Jamie
that's the thing,
Scott.
like,
Jamie
sorry.
Scott is asking. This is about the custom radio stations plugin. Is there a way to have more than 3 stations without it crashing? I can't answer that because I only run 1 station on mine. Anybody else had any experience with that? I've never had it crash.
I've never messed with any of the radio stuff, to be honest with you.
I think it's hilarious having radio stations.
I need to mess around with it then. I haven't
pretty fun.
experienced it at all. There's so much content in the game. Monkey was saying he's been able to play the game. I haven't. I need to find some time to play.
I actually want to figure out a way
that's
that
what
I can
keeps me
stream
inspired
Fox
to be able
News.
to play. Oh, boys.
I haven't been able to do that yet.
Yeah, but that's me. Like, to me, like, what keeps me inspired and gives me new ideas is jumping onto a server and just playing it for a couple of wipes, trying something new. Because it's like it's not. I'm not looking for inspiration for ideas to take. I'm actually trying to go, okay, well, what does the game feel like now? Because I mean, if you last played the Rust 6 months ago, it's not what you remembered it like. It doesn't feel the same. It doesn't play the same. Progression's not the same.
Jesus, even 3 months ago.
And that's what I mean. Like, it's you. In order for me to always just kind of stay sharp in terms of, okay, this is what I'm seeing as a trend. This is what I'm seeing and how it's moving. This is how I can make these adjustments. Because if you built a 10X a year and a half ago and just kind of left it, it's not the same. The game's not the same. You have to fine tune. You have to be able to change on the fly.
Exactly. Zenim is asking, do you think a website is worthwhile for a new server or just a Discord? I was just trying to make one for fun. My opinion there is a website is helpful but not necessary, and I wouldn't even get into it until you started generating income. That's my
with the exception of some sort of VIP or store. TebEx, I wouldn't consider like making a website, but essentially you don't need a website to start. You can just use Discord and then maybe like a donate link or a TebEx or something simple. Don't overwhelm yourself.
As a business guy, though, get your domain.
Yeah, get it.
If you have a good name, because you don't have to do anything with it. You don't have to build
spend
the
the
website.
$5, buy your domain.
Buy your domain so that way it's now your intellectual property within reason. But yeah, if you have a name that you like, do you need to build a website? No. TebEx suffices for 99.9% of servers out there. There's the 1% that needs it for other reasons or needs actual websites, but own your domain and socials for sure.
Genomes, I'm going to refer you back to my video that actually deals with this exact issue. I'm betting that it will solve that problem for you. In fact, I'm going to find you the video right now and post it in chat because I'm betting that it's going to fix your issue.
Is it disabling quick edit in the command prompt maybe? Or enabling quick edit? Because I know if you left click on the console, if you happen to have a console on your local machine or Betty, it freezes it. Like you have to.
So part of being a YouTuber is directing people to watch your videos and not giving the answer.
There you go.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we only give you half answers. The rest is on you.
Yeah, you got to go watch my videos to get the rest of the answer. But I'm
and
betting.
only fix your issue if you like and subscribe.
Yeah, exactly.
For legal reasons.
So watch that video that I just posted in chat. If that doesn't fix the issue, then I would say you and I get into a Discord call and see what's actually causing this to happen. But I'm betting that that's what the issue is. All right, let me see if I can find a couple more questions here. Bimmers is saying make sure you watermark your map for security reasons.
Man,
there's a lot of really great questions in here. It's hard for me to scroll past some of these.
Yeah.
Why don't we set a save the date, not right this second, but I mean some of the stuff I think we need to kind of get more into the minutia again, server configs and how to optimize server. That's a whole separate discussion, and I think it'll answer a lot of these questions more.
I agree. Yeah, let's get together on that and put that out there, because I think we should do it like this, live, as opposed to trying to record something.
Yeah, get some of this, if you guys want to join, I'd love to have Lone and Amino around as well. David, you're always welcome, and anybody else that has input on their own experience. The whole idea is to try to teach others, and at the same time, like, we learn from each other too.
Exactly.
100%.
So it is worth noting that Genomes has said that was not the issue, and they did watch that video. So then I would say hit me up in Discord and let's see if we can get into a call and see what's causing that. That does seem a little bit strange to me there. All right, so for the panel, I'm going to say thank you guys so much for joining in, and you guys are always welcome. Make sure you guys watch for those links when
Thanks
they
for
do
hosting
come up.
us.
Absolutely. Moinkeys, Amino, Lone from Lone.design. Make sure you guys go check out his website. And Mr. David, the custom map builder. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate your time. I look forward to the next time.
Thanks
been a
for
pleasure.
having us.
Have a good one, guys.
Have a good one.
All right. Bye-bye.
Oh, it's just me in here. I feel so lonely now. My God, what am I going to do with myself? Anyways, that's going to be the end of the stream today. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it. I know it's weird, but you know that I have to ask. If you haven't already, make sure you like this video, subscribe to the channel so that you are always up to date on when I'm doing these live streams again. I do put out brand new videos every Friday, or I do a live stream, and I've got some really cool videos coming up. Somebody asked in chat about anti-cheat. Oh, it was configuring anti-cheat though. So anyways, I'm putting out a video in the very near future about a cheat protection auto banning system that I can't wait to show you guys about, or tell you guys about. So look forward to that. And a quick rundown here. Razer